Hello, my beautiful Super Obby Galaxy server. We are coming at you live with another Toonkind at 12 FPS. Today it is Under the Microscope. My name is Marzi and I'll be playing Leonardo Layton, and I'm joined by my two lovely, talented co-hosts.
Hi, hello, I'm Fletch, and I'm going to be playing the other Layton brother, who currently does not go by such a name. I'm playing everyone's favorite little horrible baby detective, Camille.
Mm-hmm. And I am playing the professor. Real kind space alien time traveler.
You didn't say your
Our
name.
favorite.
Oh my god! My name is Oatmeal.
Oatmeal and our favorite space traveling time traveler.
The way you worded that. But yes, we are here today because Camille's brother has been pestering him nonstop. Leo can only dream of time travel. He wants to time travel so badly.
Yeah, this has developed into a full-on character trait, and there's nothing Camille can do to stop it. Besides, he's already sort of made a deal with the professor to, spend some time with Leo, maybe have an adventure if the professor gets to study Camille like a bug.
That was the deal.
So it's a win-win.
Yeah. And we are here today for the study like a bug portion of that deal.
Yeah. And also to introduce Leo to said time-traveling alien.
He's
with
so
apologies
to
the professor.
He's so fucking excited.
So the ellipsis, as Camille will know, is for now, as is for most of Yeddo Trip, located in the professor's, like just inside the professor's hotel room. And it's he's got all that unlocked so everybody can come and go because he's got Sammy and Lore basically live in there. Seeker goes in and out. Azumi is in there. He won't come out, but he's allowed
eventually.
to. Yeah,
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, he's hiding. And yeah, and Camille's obviously allowed to come and go.
Yeah, as one of the people trying to keep Izumi's mental health from degrading even further.
Yes.
But yeah, so this time Camille's probably not gonna knock on the door of the hotel room because that would be a bit of a moot point considering there's another door in between there. But he is gonna knock on the door of the ellipsis so that professor can come out since Leo is a new person.
Yep. Yeah, and the door swings open, and the professor just sort of hangs out the door frame. Hello.
Hey, Professor, you are met with a familiar redhead and an unfamiliar redhead who is vibrating.
Quite literally vibrating.
He is half toon, he can.
And Camille's sort of just gonna do a little wave like, hello, Professor. My brother wanted to meet you, so I figured now would probably be a good time to do that.
Oh, sure, certainly. You must be Leonardo?
Yes, sir.
Yes, come in, absolutely. And he'll usher them in.
Camille, you very quietly hear a time bomb.
Now, this is the brother that you made a wager with, if I'm remembering right.
Yes, I did get my 10 gold.
Also, question, is Prof gonna attempt to do the thing on Leo, or is he just gonna let Leo in?
Oh,
The thing.
well, not yet, but the ellipsis is going to try something.
Okay.
Or she would. The professor just sort of like stops mid-step and looks towards the console, and then looks back towards the two of you, and he sort of like he sort of like rolls his eyes and looks like amused, and he says, "All right, well, the ellipsis wants to know if she's allowed to dig in your head, Leo."
What does that mean? Wait, hang on.
She's very nosy, and she's forbidden from digging around in Camille's and Azumi's heads because the last time she tried it, they didn't like that.
To be fair, she didn't ask last time.
She did not.
And I was sort of trying to keep a few things secret.
Understandable. Yes, well, that was the time that I pried those secrets out of you.
Camille's looking away.
Leo's looking directly at him.
Camille glares at Leo.
But no, dear, all she wants to do is cast Detect Thoughts on you. She just does that. But if you don't want to, then just say no and she won't be allowed to do it.
No, that's fine.
Alright, make me a whiz save. Or I guess you could. It doesn't say you could auto-fail it, but like, I'm guessing you could.
I mean, since Leo's giving his permission, I would assume so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Literally, all she would get is, oh my god, Time Box reading my mind.
Yeah, that's definitely the surface thought she gets. She also, because she's a nosy little thing, you can feel her presence in your mind as she looks for something else. Something, let's see, insight into its reasoning, its emotional state, or something that looms large in its mind. Yeah, that's it.
You know what looms large in Leo's mind? in the back of his mind? It's just, man, I hope the professor doesn't find out I'm a criminal.
Oh my god, Leo!
Because that would just give Juby more ammo.
Oh my gosh. Well,
Leo plays, boy, I sure hope that the professor doesn't try out my secrets.
Leo agreed because he was like, well, I mean, my thoughts right now are, oh my gosh, time travel. So that should be okay. But then...
well, thankfully for him, the ellipsis also likes to keep secrets, including from Professor.
It'd be really funny if the ellipsis knew, but not the professor!
Well, that's what's happening!
Amazing!
So, Professor just sort of looks between, Leo and the console, and he just sort of, like, shrugs, and he says, happy now? And there's just sort of, like, a boop from the console, and he's just like, okay.
Leo's so fucking excited.
The obvious aside, it is this real kind phone box, I should note, is bigger on the inside. And this is just the console room. There is also a door on the other side.
Oh, actually, you know what? Leo probably... I always forget to mention, because it's always in my mind that they're always together, Leo probably also has Camembert.
Oh, nice. Very
Dog
nice.
time.
Doggy. Camembert is like a big dog, right? Or like medium?
He's like medium, I think, yeah.
He is about as tall as Leo's knees, I think.
I think so.
Huh.
So, like, medium small doggy.
Okay, got it. I gotta get a picture of this dog at some point.
Oh, hang on, let me...
I don't know what he looks like.
Okay.
Let me grab, because I love I love Fondue Rhythm Thief so fucking much. Literally met Raphael once and then decided to bite police officers for him.
Okay, yeah, there.
Oh, yeah, very cute.
Ah, shit, someone
He's
beat me to it.
He's very much a toon dog.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Full toon dog. Dot
Look at him,
eyes.
he's
Yeah.
so cute.
Okay, yeah. Got it.
And he does have that little red bandana handkerchief around his neck.
Lovely, lovely. Yeah, so, Professor just sort of, like, glances around the console room, and then he says, like, would you like to, well, come inside more? There's not really a lot in this room for you to do, since
Yes,
that's
absolutely.
off limits. Yes, okay. And he hits a button on the console, and the interior doors open with a hum.
God, all Leo is handing me is just vibrating visibly.
Camille just looks over at Leo like, you're, feeling very normal about this, aren't you?
I'm normal 100% of the time, thank you very much. I'm so normal. I'm so very normal.
Yes, because vibrating in place is normal.
It's a tune thing, you know. I do it because I'm a tune.
Yes, because tunes only vibrate in place when they feel perfectly normal.
Leo, while vibrating, puts a hand on Camille's head, so he is also vibrating. Yeah, see? Very normal.
Oh, I should note, since the two of you are... God, okay, my mind just pulled up the phrase, since the two of you are special little boys,
God.
which is I guess what my mind decided to how my mind decided to interpret the fact that they could both hear the rhythm.
God, that got me so off guard.
Are you okay?
Oh, God. Since you're both special little boys.
Yeah.
Sorry, continue.
Anyway,
Okay.
they can hear.
Sorry.
You're okay. They can hear obviously both the. Now, I mean, you know more about how this works than I do, but both the professor and the ellipsis have a theme. And since they're together, I imagine they sort of they're at the very least they're in the same they're hitting the same beat.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Just take your time, Marzi.
I tried to say something and my body betrayed me.
Okay, we'll let Marzi recover. Don't worry, they will be fine. I think what Marzi was trying to say is that, yeah, they probably would sort of mix together a bit. And fun fact is that the ellipsis probably got to hear some of the rhythm too when using detect thoughts on Leo.
Oh. Oh, very cool.
Yeah, with the rhythm, I always imagine like places and people who are important to each other. Like their themes would always like blend pretty well.
Yeah, no, that absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the ellipsis gets to hear through these special boys.
Yeah. And yeah, the I forgot to give people links, but I mean Fletch has heard them. The professor's theme has like piano, deep brass instruments, xylophone, and synth.
Fuck yes.
And the ellipsis's theme is like all synths, and it is basically the classic Who, like Fourth Doctor era, like literally just the opening theme song.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Love that for them.
Yeah. So, is there anything in particular you wanted to see? And the professor is just sort of leading them down a hallway.
Leo, please control yourself, because the only thing he gave me was everything.
Oh. Camille looks over at Leo. And it's just, you are gonna have to choose, Leo.
Choices.
Oh, well, there's a lot of choices since there's a lot of things in here. And I mean
God,
a lot.
What a fucking nerd I have.
Is he gonna ask for art or history books?
Yes. Fuck. My lungs today. Sorry.
You're okay.
No, you're good.
I think
We
it's
did
because I took
almost
a
kill
walk.
you.
I think it's because I also took a walk at like 8 a.m. today and it was really cold.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, that would do it.
that can mess you up.
So I had to walk to my doctor's appointment.
Mm-hmm.
I do have my inhaler though, it's fine. Oh yeah. He's still vibrating as he is thinking it over before he very, very enthusiastically with the anime sparkles is just, I would assume you have a lot of different history text.
The professor beams and like rocks on his heels, and yes, absolutely. And he's gonna whirl around and start walking purposely towards the library.
Leo's just yes as he is like speed walking by.
Yeah. Camille is following with an affectionate roll of his eyes as he's just nerd.
I can hear you, you pipsqueak.
Well, if you get to call me a nerd, I can call you a nerd.
Camille's already seen the library.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we had a nervous breakdown in there.
Damn, ain't that just the way?
Oh.
It was a full-on panic attack, don't worry.
This is the Azumi bad time room.
It's a very large room.
It's also the room where Camille got found out TM, so it's fine. Lots of things
Damn,
happen in that
Leo
room.
out here being the only one with a positive experience in this room.
No, it's okay. I have a lot of stuff take place in here.
Yeah, it's a good room.
Yeah. No, but there's a big, and I mean like, big, like exterior building, a pair of very heavy wooden double doors, and the professor opens them, and there's a library inside, which is humongous and beautiful. It's very cozy. It's got like a reading nook off to the right with a fireplace and like a comfy couch and a few chairs, a few tables, and then the rest of the library is just like like 3-tiered like stacks, like a book. You know, you have like a big old bookshelf. They're stacked 3 high.
Damn.
And they just
Leo out here about to have a Beauty and the Beast beginning like bookstore scene on
Yes.
the library shelf ladder.
They literally do have rolling ladders on them though. Yeah, and they're just like that, and they just keep going back and back and back. You cannot see the back of this library.
Leo is so fucking starry-eyed. I wonder if now is a good time to subject the poor professor to why Camille was very okay with this deal. Because Camille know him brother loves time travel and history so much. Leo has like his hands clasped in front of him, sparkly eyed, as he's like, "You have so much. Do you have any record of journals, like people living their lives? That's one of the things I've always wanted to know about with history, how people just live their lives day to day."
Of course. And he's just going to start walking like maybe 3 shelves in from the front. Which for me, the player, is a very familiar place because this is exactly where Seeker wanted to go. He was like, "Do you have any history stuff?" So about here is where we've got I guess sort of chronologically the beginning of history, that is.
Hey, does the professor want to roll it inside?
Yeah.
Now this is very obvious to Camille because it's him brother, and also he was probably expecting it.
Yeah,
Alright.
Camille had to deal with this, so...
I got a 9.
Honestly, even with that low of a roll, it's very obvious that this kid is about to start sobbing. Leo is gonna cry.
I think the professor's just... He gets it. He's just gonna... He's just gonna, like, stand by the shelf and, like, it's like start showing off the books. and some of them don't even, like, look like books. Like, a lot of them on this first section look like, you know, it's a stone tablet, or it's a glass sphere, or a crystal, or a vial with some liquid in it, or, like, it's weird. So there's some weird stuff here. And, like, like a flame under a bell. Like, some of them look like normal books, some of them just look like really primitive books, and then other ones are like, how is that history?
Like, even things like that, Leo, who also really likes art and the way that things are made, was probably absolutely fascinated with those anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But he's also afraid to touch anything because he knows he's crying. And he is still crying.
Uh-huh.
Like, hang on. Leo be like...
Yeah. Camille is just casually sending out a few messages on his phone and letting her through it.
Texting.
Yeah. Probably will maybe, like, peruse some of the books. But he's, for the most part, just letting Leo go through it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Leo through tears is just, this is amazing. This is all I've ever wanted.
You're right, dear.
I really like history.
Me too. Yeah, and he'll just like explain certain things, like here, like with the glass ball, like if you hold it in your hand, it'll like psychically transmit basically a spoken word, like in audio text, basically, that somebody narrated. And like, you know, this other one, like it's, you have to open it like a puzzle first and then you can read it and such and such. Oh, and I should say, everything is translated to a language that you understand. If it's already a language you understand, then it's just how it is. It doesn't do like codes and ciphers, but like languages it does.
Sorry,
It's okay. You go.
I immediately imagined some of them being French because the boys are French. Oh yeah, so I heard the word puzzle, and the first thing that I was handed was, haha, Camille can do this.
Leo finds one that's in a cipher and just waves it at Camille for enrichment.
Sees Camille looking at his phone, waves puzzle in front of his face, like, ooh, you want to be enriched with me, you want to be enriched so badly.
Camille just sighs, but he does take the puzzle. He very noticeably takes and starts working on the puzzle.
Yeah, and most of these texts are, like, some of them are about, like, really, some of them are really dry, or they're about, like, obscure stuff. Some of them are indeed, like, journals. Some of them are, like, stories and mythology. It just sort of runs the gamut. And, what was the other thing I was going to say? I lost it. Okay.
Oh, no!
The professor probably sees, like Leo, like, drying his eyes, and, like, the most delicate one has ever seen a 17-year-old with anything is handling a journal. Like, he's afraid that it will turn into ash in his hands.
Aww.
Gosh, I can... Actually, usually for books, aren't you not supposed to be wearing gloves? I forget, because I was about to make a joke about Leo pulling out gloves.
Oh,
but,
well, you could wear, I've heard that you could wear cotton gloves. That's usually what you're supposed to do with old books.
The audience is yelling at us.
Alright, they're saying yes, you wear gloves. But not like nitriles like you probably have, but like cotton gloves.
Okay, no, I heard that for some of them they are damaged to the point that you don't want glove residue left behind, or like you need to have the feeling of your fingertips to handle them. So the proper procedure is to wash your hands like very, very thoroughly so there's not the oil issue.
Well, that may be the case, but I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I also
somewhere in like near the front door of the library there is like a fully equipped sink.
There might be, or like behind a cabinet or something. But like the other thing about these books is like a lot of them don't necessarily look aged. Like, they're old as hell. Like, like there is no way these are modern. And like some of them are like super old. They're like, you know, falling apart or something. And some of them are in like sort of a stasis field or like in a box to keep them nice. But like but other ones are like, okay, like this is obviously an ancient stone tablet, but it looks like it was made like 10 years ago. Gloves
Yeah,
are
like-
good if the book might have mold. Okay. That is
No, yeah, the reason why Leo is handling them so delicately is also just because he's so fucking amazed.
Oh, absolutely. Got it.
Like, what a fucking nerd. This is his dream.
Thank you, Spec.
Sure, he's more into the art aspect of history, but still.
Mm-hmm. And some of these are very pretty. Some of them are, you know, like an illuminated text or something like that.
Mm. Oh yeah, Leo was having the time of his fucking life.
Mm-hmm. I remembered the thought I lost before. All of these are about other places. None of them are about Zatori.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, that probably only fascinates Leo more.
Yeah, there's this like rapid fire mumbling as he's like very delicately flipping through a journal, like about how things are so different compared to Zatori and what he knows about Inkwell after the erasures.
Mm-hmm.
He's now just in his own little bubble.
Mm-hmm.
Camille's just gonna. You should probably give him a little while. He'll snap out of it
All right.
soonish.
No, that's all right. I mean, he's welcome to enjoy the library for as long as he likes. Was there anything you wanted to I don't know. I mean, you're welcome to peruse the library at your leisure, of course, as well.
Camille does nod, and actually, question. Would anything that the prof has over here be in Celestial?
Oh yeah, a fair bit. Probably scattered throughout, and then there are probably some sections that are like most of the things in there are celestial or something. But it's not going to be labeled like that, probably. Like there's not a celestial section. I mean, there might be a section like about the celestial planes, but that's yeah. I mean, he's welcome to ask.
I'm asking because of it, actually. So, fun fact about languages that the boys know.
Haha, yeah.
They understand Celestial, but they never learned it.
Oh, that's interesting.
That feeling when you know a language, but you don't know you know the language.
Yeah. So, if Camille does peruse things and run into a thing in Celestial, he's probably gonna squint and he'll just look over and gently elbow Leo to get him out of his zone.
You threw me off my groove. Yeah, Leo pauses and looks up and then is like, wait, and looks down.
What did you find?
What's up?
Yeah, Camille.
Sandal making techniques?
Celestial sandal making techniques.
God, they would be really into sandals, wouldn't they?
Birkenstocks.
Birkenstocks.
Listen, all angels know is wear blanket and make sandals.
Damn, you fucking right.
Yeah, Camille sort of just swings is just, oh, no, not that, just, question. For both of you, actually, two different questions. One, what language is this in? And two, Leo, can you understand this too?
The professor, leans in a little bit. Oh, that one's actually in Celestial.
Leo kind of pauses and very gently sets the journal he was reading down before flipping to a random page in Celestial sandal making and skimming it, and it's just Cam, why do we know Celestial?
At this point,
Well,
at this point,
I mean, the ellipsis does automatically translate this. Here, give it another look and concentrate on looking at the original text. See if you understand it then. Usually you'll be able to see it, and if it's one that you don't know, it'll look illegible.
Leo probably
I can
has
just
it like.
imagine them both squinting at it.
I imagine like it's balanced in the crook of Leo's arm, and then he scoops Camille up in the other one, and they both almost bonk their heads together as they kind of lean in and squint at it.
Uh-huh.
Just very, very much squinting.
They certainly are
Like
brothers.
Scooby-Doo characters.
So, can you still read it, or...
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Alright, so you know Celestial.
That's I hang
With
on.
how many other things we've been finding out on this trip, should we even question it at this point?
I mean, but where would we even know that? I know we know Goblin because of Grandma, but like
You don't know how you know Celestial?
no.
Huh. That's a bit odd. I don't know. Do you have any Celestials in your ancestry?
I highly doubt it. There's not exactly any There's not exactly anything on the deity or holy side of things from where we're from.
Oh.
Yeah, no,
And I'm
it's
pretty
all...
sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that if Mom had something like that, she would have said something.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Force and Oz mostly like wild magic and fate stuff, nothing celestial.
Yeah, no, that would be Sylvan.
Yeah. And I know we know Sylvan, kinda.
I don't
Camille
know.
does a little wobbly hand.
Yeah, just like kinda.
Yeah, it's a were they to try and speak Sylvan to anyone, they would have a very, very obvious and poor accent, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Well, I
just
don't know.
Hmm.
I'm not... I don't think... I can't think of any plausible reasons for spontaneous understanding of a language. Especially both of you.
To be fair, there's other stuff that we apparently did that we don't really remember, so it's... Again, I'm not sure that we can question it at this point.
Hey Google, how do I make my character stop handing me dumb lines? Like, yeah, it's not like I remember that I died.
Well...
Leo starts saying that, and Camille just... Leo, you're saying something stupid again?
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, I mean, I don't remember the day and Camille slowly puts his hand on Leo's mouth like, no.
That is personal? Anyway.
You know that I'm bad at that. It's genetic. Shut up.
I do a better job of keeping secrets than you do.
Shut up.
It took me like half a year before anyone cottoned on.
I'm holding you right now. I can throw you.
You won't. You love me.
Leo kind of holds Camille out at arm's length under his arms and dangles him over Camembert and is like, "Look, Camembert, a nice little treat for you."
Just Leo. No, Leo.
Well,
Yeah, they are very obviously brothers.
Brothers, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Genetic? The professor doesn't know.
Yeah, but right, they certainly are family.
Yeah.
But I imagine once things calm down a little bit, Camille's just, we've been finding out a lot of stuff, so we'll just put it under that and deal with it later.
All
Yeah.
right. If you say so.
What's funny is that if they did explain the other things they found out, Prof would know.
Oh boy.
But,
I will point out, Camille has not at any point brought up the other reason he's here.
yeah.
Which is why Professor hasn't brought it up.
Yeah. Everyone is very easily distracted in this FPS.
Yeah. So he's just sort of like, this is the library, it's very nice.
Professor's just standing here.
I was gonna make an intelligence to see if Leo fucking remembers why else they're here.
Do it.
Alright, come on, Leo, you're my smart boy. Yeah, that is I believe that's a 19, yeah.
Yeah, you boy do have a functioning memory.
Correct. As he's probably still holding Camille, and then like kind of while holding him under his arms, like kind of light bulbs, and starts like lightly swaying Camille back and forth. And it's like, oh yeah, didn't you have something else you wanted to talk about?
Yeah. Because I figured that I might as well, since there's not really much else we're doing right now, hold up the other half of that deal. At least so that it won't get mentioned by someone around Tome and have him freak out. He does look over at Leo.
Leo shakes him a little harder.
Listen, we both know that you would spill at some point.
Listen, us doing that now also does not erase the fact that I might accidentally bring it up at some point to Dad.
But if it's brought up later, then we can assure him that it all went fine.
Yes, well, he will probably have to be informed at some point, considering, but everyone's sort of on edge right now. There's no reason to burn him in with that.
Yeah, I don't think you that too well right now, so we're trying to not, we're trying to not have him have, a reaction if he doesn't need to. Yeah, translation, Tom would absolutely come and try to fight you.
Oh, gosh. Well, absolutely. I mean, let's see then. If you're all done here, I can, direct us to the, med bay and we can get started.
We'll nod at that because that sounds good.
Yeah, Leo will put Camille down and then very, very delicately put that journal back where he found it. And then we're off.
Yeah. He leads them through some corridors. They kind of all look like the interior of the console room, more or less. The doors are kind of weird, though. They look like they don't match the interior style at all. Well, some of them do, some of them don't. But then you reach one that does look like it matches, and it opens, and there's just sort of this fairly expansive space inside with a variety of medical and scientific equipment, and average things like, you know, things that are recognizable, like a first aid kit, a cot, some basic take care of people supplies.
Leo lets out a low whistle as he kind of takes this in and is just, man, this brings me back.
Oh?
Yeah, I mean, you know, life of having a rare disease.
Oh.
Like, basically up in hospitals.
Oh dear. What did you have?
Inspiration deficiency.
Oh. Huh.
Yeah. I should probably note that I also have that.
Yes, that may, I don't know if it would be relevant, but that is good to know. Yes, alright. Well, let's see.
Does the professor know what that is, or?
Not really, but he would just sort of, like, guess that it's a Toon thing.
Fair. It's pretty easy to guess that, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just sort of like making a mental note to look that up later, and or ask Crystal, because they did say it was rare. So, so yeah, he just sort of goes in, and he goes to a what is it called? Hat stand. Takes off his hat, his coat, his scarf, and picks up a lab coat and offers. Do you want to? You don't have to, because I'm going to be mostly handling anything actually remotely dangerous, but if you like, and he just sort of gestures at the various sizes of lab coats.
Leo's just... Oh, go ahead.
No, you go.
Leo's just like, nah, it's been a while, but I think I remember how this goes.
Yeah, only I'm the one who's gonna be studied like a bug.
Not like a bug, like a person.
He's small like one, though.
Hey!
Yes, well, that is what we're here to talk about. Alright, let's see. How shall we start? Let's start with some basics. And he's just going to, sort of do a gesture and cast Detect Evil and Good, which is, you know if there is an aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead within 30 feet of you, as well as where it's located. You also don't know if there's a place or object within 30 feet that has been magically consecrated or desecrated. Does that ping anything?
I would assume not, considering they are already inside the ellipsis and have been for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're not gonna get that.
Yeah, a certain someone knows to be polite, and I think that's the only thing that would ping.
Yeah, alright. He just sort of, like, nods. Alright, that's to be expected. You don't seem to have any demons or anything.
Nice.
Oh, I hope not. No, Camille, we cannot make that joke. He was gonna take a page out of Leo's book and say that the only demons he has are inner demons.
Please say it. Please say it.
Okay. Yeah, he was just, oh, I would hope not. I'd assume that the only demons I have are my inner demons.
Oh, big mood.
Yes, well, be that as it may, nothing literal. And then he's going to put his hand out for Camille's, because he's going to cast Identify.
Alright. And... let's see. Camille will take Professor's hand. And I don't think Identify picks anything up because it's not magic in nature.
Yeah. If he does, yeah, no, it doesn't pick anything up from that, I don't think. But if he's got anything else...
Yeah, he probably took off his hat of disguise at least. Let's see, there is some faint magic on other stuff of him, like his watch and stuff.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't pick up his items. It's just him specifically, unless he's touching the object, which he's not.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think not really any spells or anything in particular. I'm only half remembering what Identify does, so...
yeah, it's just basically if... sorry, I did put it in the zone.
Okay, let me look. My computer's being laggy.
Yeah, it's the bottom part is the top part is about objects, the bottom part is about a creature. So literally it's just you learn what spells, if any, are currently affecting it. Any active spells on a person.
There's no active spells on Camille. There is active magic in the sense that his got a wee bit of divination magic, but that's for the rhythm, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah. Alright, and he just sort of, like, takes his hand back and, like, nods thoughtfully. Would you mind if I, cast Greater Restoration on you, just as a sort of, you know, just in case?
Sure, you can give it a try.
Yep. He's going to, cast Greater Restoration on Camille, which is here. Blah, blah, blah. Exhaustion, Charmed, Petrified, Curse, hit point maximum. And I'm pretty sure this also... because I think that's the reason I got it. I'm pretty sure it also removes the effects of Modify Memory. Yes, it does. Yep. Restores the creature's true memory.
Well, the only reason why Camille doesn't remember a certain thing is more because of trauma and repression. So that doesn't...
Understandable.
That doesn't do anything for Camille.
Not Camille.
Not Camille. Other sibling.
Yeah. So...
there's... Depending on how impressive the light show is, it's probably even more disappointing when you boys just standing there.
Yeah, no, honestly, his magic isn't super ostentatious. It's,
okay.
There's, with Greater Restoration, there's kind of just, like, there's, like, a glow for 1 second, where he's touching, and then, like, there's just sort of a faint smell of ozone. But yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Camille looks over himself and There's a little sighs. You just, yeah, I thought not.
Well, honestly, it's a good thing that nothing changed. It means you didn't have anything wild cast on you that you weren't aware of.
Camille does briefly glance at Leo, but looks away.
Mm-hmm. Let's
It's
see.
fine. They can talk about that later.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I want to ask.
Because he...
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you could.
Right,
yeah.
I wanted to ask if you could roll either, well, probably perception in the med lab here. Both of you.
Oh, hell yeah.
Right.
See what you pick up.
Percepi.
Yeah.
How disgusting.
Leo was not built for this, unlike his brother.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it feels super built for this. That's a 12 versus a 31.
Wow. Okay, yeah, that's extremely good. Yeah, with a 12, Leo, it looks pretty, pretty, like, high-tech, futuristic, even. There's, like, there's a fair amount of stuff that you recognize, especially considering, Forcenaw has so much, like, magitech.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're not exactly medieval, but when it comes to technology, but there are a fair amount of things that are just completely incomprehensible. Otherwise, it looks fairly clean, fairly neat, but does seem to get fairly regular use. There's a few items like off to the side that weren't fully put away. You know, pieces of a first aid kit or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Camille, you notice all of that, and also there are a few cabinets, really just two, that have noticeably new locks and labels on them. And let's see if there's anything else. No, I think that's most of it. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that you can just sort of like fill in. That's like that. There's just a lot of different stuff here. You know, there's a cabinet with like various microscopes and rows of reference material and such.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. Camille is noting all of that, and especially making note of the newer locks and labels because, there's probably a story behind that.
Do you know? I mean, does he want to know what the labels say?
Sure.
Okay. They sort of have like a pictogram for like hazardous corrosive material, with a note attached, saying like should not be should not come into contact with Toon materials.
Woof.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's easy to put two and two together there.
Uh-huh.
I don't think Camille's, like, especially bothered by that, though, because, like, yeah, it's not uncommon to see acids and the like in lab space.
Yeah. Yeah, and based on, like, since he's looking, like, based on the other, like, markings around the area, like, it's also marked with hazards for other stuff too. Like, it's flammable, it's you're not supposed to, like, real kind wise, don't drink it, don't pour it on yourself. you know. So it yeah. It's
Yeah,
something that was in here. Yeah.
yeah, it's all good. It's all chill.
Yeah.
Yeah, he will. He kind of just mentally takes stock of all that, and it's all good. It's all chill.
Nice.
Let's see.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, just trying to remember where we were.
Oh, yeah, no, he just Professor did those 3 spells, and then I asked you to make a perception check.
Yeah, I think Camille will pause before nodding. I forgot if I told you this, but since you were using spells to check things, I should note that apparently the spell detect poison and disease shows me as a poisonous creature.
Like
Yes.
a frog.
Yes, I remember you mentioned that.
Okay.
And we are in fact going to be exploring that. Would you mind taking off any removing any magical items or anything metal, if possible? If you have any implants, please let me know. I can work around them, but I do have to know about them.
Camille does nod, but at the mention of implants, he does a shudder, and he's just, no, and I don't think I'd want to know what happens if I did.
Woof.
And he's just gonna leave you with that and go remove all his metal and magic items. It's fine.
He's okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun fact, it was something that I had briefly wondered about, but quickly discarded because, oh no, that would not end well.
Yeah, Professor just, like, glances at Leo, like, I don't know what that's about.
Leo is just the grimace emoji.
Yeah, whatever Professor's thinking of, it's not as, it's complete, it seems completely innocuous to him, so.
Yeah, Camille will quickly take all that stuff off. It's probably just easier to take coat off and then shove everything into the pockets, so that's what he does.
Yeah.
And then he is back, and if Professor still looks confused, he will consider elaborating.
Yeah, he's just, he does a bit, and he's just like, I only meant, like, well, I mean, I've got the one friend with an artificial heart, that sort of thing.
And Camille kind of just pauses and thinks for a moment about how to phrase this, as he's just, the reason why I don't want to think about it is because when you lose over half of your body mass, and it only affects organic things, I'm not sure what would happen if I had an inorganic implant, and that's not something I want to think about too much.
Understandable. Well, you were fairly lucky then. Moving on.
And I was.
Yep.
I'm aware.
Yeah. Would you mind coming up here onto the cot just so you're easier to reach.
He will indeed do that and scamper up onto the cot.
Yeah, because he is very short.
Yeah.
God, Leo's probably just sitting on a chair somewhere, just like absentmindedly petting Camembert and like spacing out.
Well, the professor's about to give him something to do, so
Hell yeah!
that's great. He's going to hand Camille something first, which is a cheek swab, and he'll explain how to like scratch it on the inside of your cheek to collect some skin cells so that he can use them to look at his DNA. And then he's going to go and give Leo the same thing.
Leo kind of perks up and is like, oh, this is familiar.
You're giving one to Leo too?
Well, sure. It's easier to see what's not normal when you have something to compare to. I've got plenty of preserved human samples, but I don't really have any Toon. And since he's also half Toon, I mean, honestly, that works pretty well.
Let me roll a sleight of hand. Thank goodness for the item that we got, because that is a 4 plus 10 plus what, 5?
Though, to be fair, he hasn't gotten that item yet.
Oh, that's right, this is in the past, that's fine. It's a 14.
14's still pretty good. What was that for?
That was just for Leo to look Camille in the eye and try to subtly sign in their twins thieves can't. Don't tell him.
Camille looks at Leo and then just gives a very small nod. Because, yeah, alright. Why not? Okay. And then he will go through the cheek swab without too much, without it being too much of an issue, I think. It's not especially hard to do.
Nah. And does Leo do it as well?
Yep. He's just like, it's very casual. It's like, yeah, this is just like another day at the doctor's office. He's just like swabs at his cheek.
Yeah.
Probably still kicking his legs.
Yep. And the professor's going to collect those, and sort of like go off to the side a bit to a counter and start setting them up with solution and an agitator and all sorts of different things to actually get the DNA out of it and process it in a way that you can actually look at it. And then he goes back over to Camille and he says, let's see. I asked... No, I didn't do it yet. Let's see. I plan on asking Tome about his an irrelevant medical history. Is there anything about your other biological parent I should know about? Any heritable conditions? Any history with curses or contact with mutagenic? Mutagenic materials?
1 moment. Let me just roll something. Okay. Thank Thank goodness for... Oh, hey, dog.
Camembert.
Yeah, he started pawing at me. Thank goodness for disgusting modifiers. Yeah, Camille keeps us cool just fine. That totally wasn't a deception to see if he would laugh or not. And just... just, very, very much is normal about this, as he takes a moment to think and definitely not recollect himself at the thought of Tome being their biological father.
Uh-huh.
And is just, I don't really think we have too much health heredity, health issue-wise. I do know that I tend to have a weaker immune system than most, but that's more to do with inspiration deficiency than anything else.
All right. All right. That's. I mean, yes. That's just about everything then. I suppose another question would be, have you had any X-rays in the last year?
I actually did have one. It was around the time I was hospitalized.
Oh, and that was, let's see, a month or two before I grilled you and Izumi.
Yes, yes, it was.
All right. Let's see. Was it that long ago then? Considering the era. Huh.
Oh, right. Also, I forgot to mention it. Looks at the calorie. I did forget about allergies.
We
are both allergic to coconut.
Oh, all right. All right then. Let's see. And you had that. Okay, then we won't do. We won't do that one. Let's see. And now I'm checking something to see if I actually remember the differences between two things. Yep. Oh, wait, no. I didn't read it. I looked at it and I decided I had absorbed the information, but I had not.
Ain't that just the way sometimes?
Ain't that just... Sometimes you, like, think that you know, but then you don't.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. No, no CAT scan then. I don't really particularly need to know about your bones anyway. Probably your soft tissues are going to be more what I'm concerned about, at least if this works the way I think it does, which, well, I mean, I don't know how it works, but anyway.
Yeah, Camille nods and he's just, as far as I'm aware, my bones are the same as a regular 6-year-old's. I'm not going to mention a certain thing because that does quick out one of the audience members.
Fair enough.
But, I mean, but my brain is still that of a, I guess 17-year-olds now. It, like, physically, not just mentally.
Yes. Let's see. See. We'll probably do Probably do an MRI then. All right. Before we get into that, then, do you know what vector you were poisoned through? Did somebody poison your drink, your food? Was it applied to you without your knowledge?
Camille does flinch for a moment before he's just. It was sort of fed to me directly. Oh,
Liquid or solid?
it was liquid.
Hmm.
Hi, Iggy. You are in the way. I have a dog climbing all over me.
Doggy.
It was very much liquid, since... Yeah, it was liquid.
Okay.
As Camille is explaining that, I rolled an insight with my physical dice with brother advantage, just to see if he'd catch that flinch. And I'd assume with the 23 he does.
Yeah, he does.
So what he does is he picks up Camembert and walks over, then puts Camembert on Camille.
Aww.
Camille now has dog climbing on him.
Correct.
Professor just pets the dog.
Yeah, Camille does give Leo a grateful little look before he pets Camembert.
Leo will probably actually take a seat next to Camille instead of going back to his little chair.
Emotional support rubber.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I suppose my next question would be, did your, any scars that you had when you were, before the incident, when you were 16, did those transfer over to this body?
Yeah, they did.
Leo does snort.
Camille glares at Leo.
What?
Some of them have a very stupid origin, let's say. And
no, I understand.
yeah, he rolls up his sleeve and gestures to one along the, I believe it was the back of one of his biceps, as he just, yeah, I got this one when I was younger, but it's still very much here.
Interesting. All right. Let's see. Out of all the scars that you have, do you know where they all come from?
And he nods as he's just, yeah, some of the finer ones might get a bit confused with each other. Simply because that's what happens when you go through a window twice, but
sure.
For the most part, I know.
All right, that's good. Always annoying to have a big old scar that you don't remember getting. Let's see. Your hold person scar, what's that from?
And he does pet Camembert a bit more, and this is the point where I remember that he has spades.
Yeah.
So he's also petting him, Little Crow. As he just, that was when I was, getting force fed the poison. Since when you're held person, you can't exactly fight back.
No. All right. Yes, I suppose that explains that. All right. Let's see. The DNA should be ready about now. So, I'm just going to take. Would you mind if I took a blood sample, just a small one? I only need a few. Would only ask for a few drops.
Yeah, I think that shouldn't be a problem. No.
All right. And he's going to. Oh, and he'll look at Leo and say, "And what about you? Would that be all right?"
That's fine.
All right. And he's going to get 2 copies of a small device. It's got a small little metal lance that gives you a cut on your finger, and then collects a few drops.
I said this to Fletcher earlier, but it's really, really funny that this is happening today, considering what my doctor's appointment was.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like right after
Wow.
right after they got my message about the contents of this FPS to double check that they'd be good for it.
Uh-huh. Wow. Man.
Yeah. So Camille does that without really much of any issue. Your boy has a fucked up pain tolerance, and this is normal to him.
Yeah. He grabs a actually like an antiseptic wipe from a fairly like what's the word? I don't think obtrusive is the right word that I'm thinking of, but fairly obviously like Toonish, specifically Ghiblian, like first aid kit that he has in here. It's like the only obviously Toonish thing around, and he uses like the antiseptic pad from it to, fix that up and put a bandage on.
The Toon bandages are covered in famous God, was it Dodo Studios?
Yes.
Love that.
They're star claws.
Leo sees this and very, very happily is like, "Oh, do you have any bun solos?"
Yes, I think he'll get you a fun solo one.
Dork.
Listen, my best friend went as Bun Solo. Like, I have to honor that.
He is literally a rabbit. Of course he would go as Bun Solo, but fine.
Yeah.
And the professor is just going to, like, start that going on a separate test, and then just sort of bring out, like... Sorry?
Yeah, quick question.
Yeah.
Would he, like, visually examine it first?
Not yet.
Alright.
He's just sort of, like, putting it, aside while he looks at the DNA. And then, like,
Alright.
he will visually, examine it, but not particularly, he's not putting it under a microscope yet. That's,
yeah, it doesn't have to be under a microscope. There's just...
Would you like me to roll then? Alright.
If you want to, because this one is visible with the naked eye, at least.
Is this investigation?
Perception or investigation, whichever role you would prefer.
Okay, I'll do investigation because I am a modifier.
Yeah, I'll give you investigation because you are, like, actively investigating this.
He also, Azumi did tell him that his blood is iridescent.
Yeah, so
See,
you would have advantage on it if you didn't make it the first time.
I think that's 27?
Yeah, that would make it. Yeah, you definitely notice the iridescence that Izumi mentioned.
Yeah, I think he just sort of like pauses over that, and then sort of sets it to start sort of separating out, adding on different different things that are gonna make it more visible or do different things to it. Science. And then he's going to bring a microscope on a rolling stand over with the DNA, and he's got them on. He's got it looks just sort of like it looks like just a clear slide, microscope slide, with like some it looks like just some like water on it, but there's DNA in there. He puts it underneath the microscope, and let's see, I think he's gonna look at Camille's first because he's curious.
All right. Okay. So, yep, let me just pull up the notes that I had as I'm being... No, stop, Icky. He is threatening to walk all over my laptop right now.
Rip.
And for the sake of scientific accuracy, he probably also has some other readout that's like reading like the sequence of it and not just how it looks. He's got all sorts of high-tech stuff.
Yeah. All right. So I found the list, and let me just cross-check it with the other list. Okay. Yeah, so you definitely notice that you probably have a good idea of how regular human DNA looks like at this point.
Oh, yeah.
And usually toons don't have DNA, so this is probably very lucky for you. At least in terms of, being able to figure things out from a science side.
Yeah, he knows that most of them have ink, and that's...
Honestly, yeah, like, even with the iridescence, because they're half-toon, their blood is probably darker than actual humans.
Yeah, just like a shade or two, not too much. It would probably still have an outline, though.
Interesting.
Blood outline.
Blood outline. But yeah, because though they are half-toon, they fall a lot more on the real kind end of the spectrum, especially internally. Because I swear if I have to figure this out both from a regular science view and a toon science view, I would die.
Yeah, that's fair.
But yeah. So, yeah, there's definitely something different about this No, that's not yours. There's definitely something different about this DNA when compared to a regular humans, in that there's a few different discrepancies that you can notice. Some of them do seem to be very random and non-specific mutations that didn't really seem to amount to anything. But one thing that is very pointedly different is that there is lengthened telomerase in his DNA.
Telomeres.
Telomeres
is the protein that makes it.
Yeah. Pronunciation is not my strong suit.
That is okay.
I love you so much.
But yeah.
Telomeres.
Got lengthened telomeres, And let's see. Yeah, there's also, on top of the discrepancies, his DNA does seem to be a little more it does seem to be pretty unstable, at least when compared to a regular person's, and a lot more likely to essentially have an effect where something would cause it to mutate, which is probably what happened with the other discrepancies that you noticed. And I think that's what you would get from looking at his DNA specifically.
Yeah.
Because the other stuff that I know I sent you, that would probably take different tests.
Yes. But with this, he's just like looking it over, and he'll switch it out for a human slide. He's got like one or two of them, and he'll switch it out and compare, and like looks very intrigued. And then he'll look at Leo's to compare.
I didn't do any research, but honestly, a lot of it's almost identical to Camille's, excluding some discrepancies. And ain't that just fucked up?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is quite literally identical. Though, do you want to roll an investigation?
Certainly. Okay, that's an 18.
Okay. I don't think you would notice it with that.
Ah, darn. Okay.
And just off.
Just off. But you are really close though, so you can sense that there is something weird with Leo's DNA too, but you can't quite put your finger on it just yet. Maybe it requires more specific research.
Yeah. He's just sort of like going between them, like, oh, what? They're really they're really similar.
Yeah, you at least notice the fact that the DNA that's almost identical. That's weird.
Yeah.
So that might be also taking up a lot of your attention.
Yeah. He just sort of like looks up from the forgetting the names of the parts of the microscope. He looks up from the now that's gonna bother me. What is it called? Ocular lens. Yeah. He looks up from the eyepiece, and just sort of like looks at Camille and looks at Leo, and just sort of looks like puzzled.
Is something wrong?
Well, I mean, we know perfectly well that something's wrong, but what I'm particularly confused by at this moment is the incredible similarity between your DNA and his.
Oh, wild.
And let me just roll. Okay. I can't believe that they're just bullying the professor.
Yes.
That is interesting.
Yes, I mean, And he just sort of, like, waves a hand between the two of them. You do have a lot of very similar features. Red hair, similar sort of color palette. But, I mean, that accounts for some of it. But, I mean, if I didn't know better, I'd think you were twins. I had
I'm
to.
gonna have to roll another deception.
Oh.
You don't say.
You know, the funny thing is that still beats his passive insight and perception.
Oh no!
Not his investigation, but he's not investigating.
Oh,
Do you wanna
Prof, are
roll
you
it
sure
in?
you don't want to roll?
I can roll an insight, but my insight mod is only a +3, my man. I think that's fine. Yes, this is very funny. But he just sort of, like, shrugs and, turns back to Camille and he says, well, that aside, I did find some very, interesting things about your, genetic material. Your DNA, it's... Well, I mean, considering what happened, I would have expected some oddities. But... it does seem to be a bit unstable, which is a little worrying. That
Is worrying, yeah.
That would indicate to me that if, with a significant, catalyst, whether that be, a significant shock of, energy, some, especially strange, radiation or particular exposure to well, honestly, toxic or non-toxic substances of a sufficient mutagenic level, you very well could change again. It is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, Camille does glint at that, and it's just noted. I'll try and stay away from that then.
I
That
mean,
doesn't exactly.
Yeah, just don't walk into a vat of toxic waste.
it could also kind of maybe be a good thing, considering that means you would, I assume, react kind of easily to a cure if we do find one.
Well, that could go either way. You could react to it more easily, or you could more easily become resistant to it. Depends just sort of which way the pendulum swings. But,
Right.
yes. So, but that aside, I mean, it seems to be... I mean, you seem to be stable enough now. The other odd thing is the caps at the end of the chromosomes, which hold the bulk of the genetic material. Typically, they're the telomeres are around so that to keep your DNA from deteriorating as it replicates and replicates and replicates and replicates and replicates. Just sort of a fail-safe, a margin, so that you don't, so that it doesn't cut into anything important. Just sort of a repeating pattern of nonsense, genetics, of nothing. So the thing is, yours are really long, like absurdly long, like it, like they, like particularly long-lived races tend to have long telomeres. Say elves, perhaps. But I mean, yours are. I mean, hard to say from just one look, but either on par with or longer than that of, say, an elf who could expect to live, several 100 years, 700 years or so. Which is frankly absurd. Which would, perhaps, you did mention that you didn't seem to be aging. That would help explain that.
In the middle of that, Camille, you feel Leo grab your hand.
Yeah, Leo did better on that than Camille did, so Camille was very much grabbing back and just he very much just looks like he ate something very, very sour, because that's a 2 on the. That is a 6.
Oh, that's a 6. Oof.
It was very mean to me.
Holds you.
And Camille's. So, that means.
You have, at the very least, an especially extended lifespan, at least according to your DNA as it stands now, or you're functionally immortal.
He just nods. Cool. Great. Wonderful. Love the thought of this being a forever thing. Definitely. Cool. Yeah, it's both kind of just a horrible thing to learn, and also your boy do be from a religion that is very serious about cycles and proper lifespans and such. So that's fun. Just
Yeah.
great. Okay.
Now, your average idiot off the street would think that that's fantastic, but I have a feeling you're smart enough to realize that it's not that simple.
Where Leo and I are from, we sort of take the concept of moving forwards and onwards properly very seriously. So it's especially not great knowing that that this could very well be a forever thing if we don't find a cure.
But we're gonna. I'm not letting your cycle get fucked up from this.
And Camille does give Leo a little nod of acknowledgement and leans in a little more.
Leo leans over and puts his chin on Camille's head, and it'd be really funny if this is how it came out. And he's just like, bold of you to assume that I'm letting my twin brother stay like this for the rest of his life and not join me in the next cycle.
Wait, so...
Well, you kind of gave up the ghost there, Leo.
Well, listen, I'd rather say that than... I mean, it was funny for a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, Leo and I are, twin brothers.
Identical twins!
Oh, wow. Well, that does explain the DNA.
I couldn't resist the mischief.
Fair enough.
Resist the mischief.
Well, yes, I can see that this is has some rather unfortunate cultural implications. I should note important point of clarification, I suppose, would be that you're not invincible.
Leo snorts.
You're not infallible.
I am well aware of that, yes.
You don't act like it. What was that? One of the first times you chased after that phantom thief?
You
You jumped off a
don't-
building. You jumped
It
off
was
a
a
building right onto him. Even though you didn't have feather fall, but he had feather fall. You just jumped right off a building, didn't you?
It was very calculated. I landed right on top of him.
That's not.
Well, if it's any consolation, if you continue to live a life of this style, you probably will not have to contend with the possibility of living past 1,000.
There is very much a snort from Camille.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for your vote of confidence.
I mean.
I'm only speaking from experience.
I mean, listen, that time with the phantom thief, 2 windows, if I'm remembering correctly.
Listen, the second time is on purpose. I knew what I was doing, and I knew that it wouldn't kill me.
My point stands.
And you'll just sigh.
God, Leo, stop giving me dumb things to say!
What was he gonna say?
Leo voice, at least if you die, I'll still be cooler because I would have died twice.
Does he say that?
Do you want to say that? He's been spilling things.
He might, yeah. He's just like, well, when you die, and then when I die, I'll still be cooler than you because I would have died twice.
Yeah.
I've got you beat 3 times.
What? Fuck!
He did say he was speaking from experience.
Damn, I don't even remember when I died.
Oh? Wait, hang on. I've got one more. Give me a second. Do you mind if I cast, and he'll sort of like snap his fingers, Greater Restoration on you? Just in case?
Pauses.
It's a little more than a just in case situation.
Yeah, I
mean, that's quite the thing to remember. I understand if you don't want to, but...
I mean, I understand why it was wiped from my memory when I was younger, because I was like 7.
Hmm.
I pretty sure I can handle it now.
I mean, we don't have to do it right now. The offer stands.
No, I think I want to remember.
Okay. If you're sure, I can tell you it's, well, it's a lot.
He takes a deep breath and he's like, yeah, it will be, but that was 10 years ago, and what, it hardly lasted a minute. And at this point, I think I've dealt with scarier things than succumbing to a rare disease for about 30 seconds.
Oh, it is your choice to make. And Camille is gonna pull Leo into a side hug. Just remember that we're all here for you, okay?
Yeah. And because this is Leo and he likes to make jokes, he kind of half shrugs and is like, maybe this will be the push I need to actually go see a doctor again.
You should do that.
You should!
Listen, it's been like a year since I've actually gone to a doctor.
Oh. I mean, still.
You probably should, Leo. I mean, even I go to a doctor, and you just heard how messed up my situation is.
Yeah. Yeah, and Dad and Dr. Everlight got on my case about it too.
Well, I assume they've probably got, like, camembert and spades there, too?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're sure then, and he's going to offer out his hand and wait for Leo.
And he takes a deep breath in and then out, adjusts his glasses, and then takes the professor's hand.
And he casts Greater Restoration, and in a matter of moments, the original memory, is restored.
And it's probably hazy because it was 10 years ago, and he was,
in a state.
Succumbing to, yeah.
Yeah. You're not the most perceptive.
But yeah, he just kind of sits there, eyes closed, as he takes that in, and after a moment, takes another deep breath in and out, and kind of cracks an eye open and look down at Camille and is like, that dumb puppet was way scarier than this.
Camille snorts as he just, oh, I'm glad that it didn't mess you up too much, but if it does start to get to you, quite literally there's someone right here in Yeddo that you can talk to about it.
Leo lifts a hand, puts it directly on Camille's head, and kind of pushes him down and is like, yeah, you sound like Aunt Lynn.
Camille just makes a little squeak noise.
No, he's right, though. Dying is a trauma that I would recommend talking to somebody about. And he's going to get up and just sort of like pour him a glass of water and offer it to Leo. Because, woof, that's a lot.
Yeah, Leo will take it at very slow sips, just to help keep his breathing even.
And Camille, you can't just ask someone how they died.
Do it!
I can hear you excited to share lore.
Story time with Grandpa.
Camille does pauses Lee's taking a sippy as he's just, you know, you said that you were speaking of from experience before. What did you mean by that?
Leo kind of chokes on his water.
Oh. Well, I mean, I wasn't kidding. I have, in fact, died 3 times. There's, how do I explain it? Sort of a quirk, in my, kind, where we get a few extra chances. There is a finite number, but we get a few extra do-overs at death. That's not to say that we start from the beginning, but we are sort of physically given a fresh slate. Blank slate, but let's see. The first one, old age. Boring. It was.
Dang.
It was fine.
You must be old.
Oh, yes, 700.
Before Leo kind of covers his mouth.
700, my dear.
Holy shit!
I mean, did you really expect anything else? Like, honestly, I'm surprised it's not over 1,000.
Let's see, old age. The second one, I was, I guess technically speaking, forced into the next, cycle by my kind, as punishment for saving my favorite planet.
Grimace emoji.
Yeah, that one hurt.
That's pretty fucked up.
That's
Yeah, he sort of shrugs. Let's see, third one. That was exciting. I got
Question, is that laughing character?
Leo snorts into his cup of water before having to put it down.
Well, it was.
I
Hmm?
have a very interesting way of describing death.
Yeah.
Well, you either laugh or you cry, so let's see. About 4 years ago, I was I defeated a beholder, and in its death throes, it blasted me in the back, destroying one of my hearts, and I managed to stagger back to the ellipsis here, and we were just sort of stuck in a timeless limbo for a while because both of us were damaged.
You have 2 hearts?
Oh, yes.
Okay, maybe this is... No, wait, I think I'm allowed to ask this considering everything. How does that... I mean, you're very humanoid, so... And usually in humanoids, all of the Camille gestures at his chest, all of that is kind of being used up, so... Where exactly is the other heart? And
where is the room?
Well, to put it simply, we're just really dense. It's just sort of everything's really neatly packed together, a bit more efficiently than the average human. So we had room for an extra cardiovascular system. Or, well, not an extra cardiovascular system, but a sort of, well, a second heart and sort of the extra accoutrement that goes with it and bonds with the first one.
Camille, you cannot ask what the evolutionary advantage of that is.
Oh my god, please do.
Uh, Alright, Camille is very much thinking, and it sort of slips out accidentally. So he's just, what's the evolutionary advantage of having two hearts?
Well, that would be if we see there was this war a long time ago, and it was sort of the thing to stab people. So
People got stabbed in the heart so much that you evolved to have another heart?
no, listen. There were these vampires, and
Vampires?
well, yes, and you have to kill them by stabbing them through the heart with something metal, and sometimes we would get stabbed by accident, or they were just feeling frisky, and if you've got an extra heart, you've got a better chance at surviving.
Man, an extra heart must mean you have really high blood pressure. Shout out to an audience member.
Yeah.
he just sort of like amusedly shakes his head, and he holds out his wrist to Camille and Leo.
Yeah, he's gonna take it.
Yeah, Lee wants to fucking see what this feels like.
Yeah, it's like a human heartbeat, but double. So like instead of like lub dub, it's like lub dub lub dub dub. It's like it's literally just doubled.
Leo very quietly while looking down at the professor's wrist, like with absolute fascination. What the fuck?
And even better, it matches some of the beats in the Ellipsis's theme.
That is very fun.
Leo kind of shakes himself out of it and is like, okay, we talked about the hearts. I guess this is less of a question and more of an assumption. I bet your race is gender non-conforming as fuck.
Oh god, are you kidding? Yes, absolutely.
By the moon, I wish that was me.
Yes, no, gosh, most kids don't even, most kids have, like, a different pronoun every day for, like, the first 7 years. Just because they can't decide. I mean, some of them do. My brother was a he from the beginning, but...
Hate that Leo handed me God mood.
Yeah, Camille does look over at Leo and looks away as he's just... But then he stops and it's just... Wait, you have a brother?
Had a brother. I, disowned him.
Oh.
Yeah. He was an asshole.
That sucks.
That does suck.
Leo takes a hand off the professor's wrist and pats Camille and is like, let's hope you don't become such a big asshole that I disown you.
I mean, we already sort of had that for like 3 years, so I hope it doesn't happen again.
You know what, that's... I mean, we didn't technically disown each other. We just kind of stopped talking for 3 years.
I mean, to be fair, I kind of assumed that, like, the disowning was, like, implicit in that not talking.
Dude, I was done being mad at you, like, after a year. I thought you were still pissed at me.
I thought that you were mad at me.
And this is why communication is important. As Leo squishes Camille's cheeks.
Yes, I know. I'm getting better at that.
Yes, you are, and I'm very proud of you. As Leo makes Camille nod his head.
Amazing. Camille takes it for a moment before he's slapping Leo's hands away.
Leo probably like presses his cheeks more, like, try me with your baby hands.
Leo, come on, the professor is right there.
He's going to get up and actually switch out the DNA samples for the blood samples.
Alright.
He's
While
gonna
the
take
boys
a
are
look at
bickering.
those. Yeah, while they're exactly.
Yeah, they're absolutely bickering in the background. Okay. Let's see.
Oh, he would have absolutely he would have absolutely let them look at their DNA if they wanted. I forgot to mention.
Camille looks at his DNA. He does not understand it very much.
That's fair.
Leo looks at it and is like, man, fucked up. Anyway.
You have DNA too.
Yes, I know. Do I know what it means? No, I'm an art history nerd. Thank you very much.
I am a detective. We have approximate knowledge of many things, but I don't think DNA's usually brought up about.
Yeah,
I mean,
approximate knowledge of how well you do jumping off a building.
Shut up. Alright. Okay. So, yeah, for his blood in particular, you do notice that, yeah, you definitely notice the iridescence to it. Leo's notably does not have that. Let's see. Do you think the, do you think the apoptosis and cell replication could be seen there, or nah?
I think evidence of it, yeah. Like, I don't think it would be actively happening, but taking sort
Can you
of
imagine how fucked up that would be? He's looking at like a blood sample and then it gets bigger. Like self-destructs and then gets bigger again.
I mean, right now it's at equilibrium between that.
You can
as most human bodies are.
Yeah.
Perfectly balanced. As always.
Stop. You can see cells do that with the correct microscope.
Oh shit.
Yeah, like, I cannot stress enough that apoptosis, probably pronouncing it horribly wrong, that's just a normal part of the human body. Like, every day that happens.
I always like, whenever I think of it, I think of Camille and how fucked up it is.
Yeah, Camille's, it's not notable in that it's something that happens, it's how much it happens. As compared to a regular human person.
Yeah, I would say
yeah.
there would be evidence of, like, absurd amounts of, like, certain proteins that help, like, break down the dead cells, and, like, there's, like, everything's just, like, it looks okay, but the numbers are all wrong. Like, the numbers of things proportionate to other things don't make sense unless this thing is happening.
Yeah, you can definitely notice that. Which probably does make the lengthened telomeres make a bit more sense.
Yeah. So basically, Camille's cells are recycling themselves a lot more often than usual.
Yeah, way more often than is normal for, like, a normal human adult, and especially way more often than is normal for a normal human child. Because I think that cycle increases as you once you reach adulthood, but it's fine.
I couldn't tell you. I don't remember it. It's either that or it's backwards.
I love thinking, like, I know this is, like, a cool, serious conversation, but I love thinking that the professor is making these observations while the boys are, like, almost wrestling each other in the background, because they're just bickering.
Yeah, and let's see, that would require even more intense analysis of the DNA, I think. So, and you can't visually confirm that it's poison, but I think on closer look you can tell that there is some stuff that is definitely not supposed to be in human blood, but sure is in Camille's blood.
Mm.
Not entirely sure how it would look under a microscope, but it's certainly that ain't right.
That's a little fucked up.
Yeah, there's some chains of some weird atoms that are not supposed to be in a body.
Yep.
Damn, fucked up.
Yeah. Camille.
Camille stops from where he's shoving his hands in Leo's face.
Yeah, the professor looks over and Leo has Camille in like a headlock as Camille's trying to shove his hands like under Leo's glasses. And they both pause and look up.
Yeah. He says as he tries to squirm out of the headlock and be presentable.
Have you, I mean, it does look rather, have you had a accelerated, no, I should say, more proportionately accelerated metabolism than you should have as a 6-year-old? Like, I mean, something absurd. Or does it seem about normal to you?
He thinks for a moment, and he's just, I'm not actually sure how much 6-year-olds normally eat.
Okay.
Imagine knowing how much normal people eat.
So that is something that you still need to eat, but okay. And he thinks for a moment longer, as I spin the roulette wheel mentally. And he's just, I mean, I don't think my appetite's diminished since when I was 16. I think I still eat the same amount as I did then.
Alright. That's okay. That's fair enough. I mean, that might be a little off for a 6-year-old, but it's not super. Then again, it does seem to be fairly balanced right now, so was there when you were originally poisoned, did you feel particularly hot or particularly cold as it was happening or afterwards?
Camille does a freeze, and he takes a moment to sort of think and does glance over at Leo, because there's only so much that he wants Leo to actually know about what happened.
I want to see if Professor can insight that.
You absolutely can.
No, he can't. He rolled a 2.
Oh no!
Rip.
You were lost in the blood comparison thought.
Let me get my brother advantage.
Yeah, probably back to trying to find out, hey, what the fuck is in Camille's blood?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think greater restoration would normally clear poison out, especially if it's non-magical, so it sure do just be sitting in there.
Yeah. It would it would clear out like a poison that wasn't native to that creature. Like, you know, like a poisonous frog, it would still be poisonous. But like, you know, if somebody is poisoned, obviously it would take care of that.
Yeah, so yeah, this sure do be poison that is native to Camille.
Yeah, apparently.
With an 18, I assume Leo does catch that Camille doesn't really want Leo to know about this.
Yeah.
Is Leo kind of with one last like with one last hug that is kind of a headlock and a noogie, he's just like, all right, I'm gonna bail, actually. That journal was really interesting. I want to go read that still.
I mean, you can go and get it and come back.
I mean, you don't want me to hear this.
I don't think it probably won't take too long to explain.
Alright, I'll grab it and come back, and if it's not, I'll, like, sit in the hall or something. Alright,
Leo
Cam.
is given a hug.
Camille gets a pat, and over Camille's head, points at Cam and Bear and is like, alright, Cam, your job to watch Cam.
See things.
Listen, you're my two favorite Cams.
And which one is your most favorite Cam?
Well, I mean, that's a toss-up.
Alright.
Do you bite police officers for me? I don't think so.
Camille's just like, fine, whatever, and like gives Leo a gentle shove, but he is grateful that you're giving him a bit of privacy.
Yep, he makes it to the door, flashes a peace sign at Camille and the professor, and he outie.
I mean, Leo did out himself as a criminal of some kind because sicking your dog on a police officer is a criminal act.
That is a crime.
That is a crime.
I'm gonna be honest, it didn't even register for the professor.
Professor be like, oh yeah, that's just a normal thing 17-year-olds do, right?
Professor, like, you go stick it to the old people.
The professor be like, yo, A-cap.
He do.
Love that for him. Yeah, when you go.
Yeah, the professor just sort of like, you know, like watches Leo go and then just sort of gives like Camille a sympathetic look. I know a lot of these questions are very difficult to have to think about.
It's fine. Definitely glad that I took Arata up on his offer to get some therapy. I'm just not really used to explaining it. And I don't want to mess Leo up too much if he knew. But to answer your question, yeah, it did feel very hot. It felt I think I told you that my nervous system is
intact.
Yes. So it was, I would say that my feelings of how it felt were fairly accurate, so to speak. But yeah, it felt like I was I guess if I had to describe it, it felt like I was melting. And I do think that there was steam of a sort that was coming off when it happened.
Not surprising. Given what I've found, it seems that you're sort of primed for a very rapid cell turnover rate. I expect that you just sort of had a massive replacement of everything at once back when you actually transformed, which would kind of amount to that approximately.
Camille nods as he's just, her. It was supposed to be untraceable, so I'm guessing with other victims, one didn't really bond to them in the same way that it did to me, and two, the massive death and replication would make sense because it would be hard to find evidence of that.
Mm-hmm.
It would be easy to just roll it as like a heart attack or something.
If it was replicating exactly what it was registering, then absolutely you would just have an identical copy of the body that just happened to be dead.
Camille nods, and if you want, you can roll insight.
Yeah. The professor has said a lot of things this FPS with a terrifying amount of carelessness, and largely because he does not know things.
Yeah, he doesn't really have a way to know such things, and besides, it's important to find the stuff out, so
Yeah. He got a 21 on perception. I think that's what you... Wait, did you want insight?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's see. That's a 19 then, insight.
Yeah, that's still enough. With a 19, yeah, this kid, he knows what the poison is supposed to work like because he's seen how it's supposed to work. So, yeah, and that it was probably someone important to him, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. And he sort of just, yeah, it's fine. He's fine. I mean,
Professor, like, tilts his head and he says, you have confirmed that that is what occurs with other people, I suppose.
yeah, I'm. When I saw how it was supposed to work, I wanted to. I wanted to check, and there was no visible or discernible cause of death. And when I later found a way to access the police report, they it was noted that it was just assumed that they had died in a fire because that is what happened later. And there wasn't really any other way to tell what happened to her.
I need to roll intelligence because they mentioned a mum earlier. I think for once I might actually get it. That's a 16.
Yeah, if you want to, you can actually add your history mod onto it.
Oh, hell yeah. That's a lot higher.
Yeah, I say you can add your history mod because between certain things that Professor probably would have heard about, it would be classified under history.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
24.
Yeah, with a 24. You know, of course, that Leo's last name is Layton, and with the mentions of mysterious causes of death and house fires and the last name Layton and detectives, you remember something that you'd heard a little over a year ago now.
Can I interrupt you
Wait,
for 1 second?
Yeah, your
Yes.
mic.
You're a little gargly, like you're intelligible, but it's like you're it's like Avi says, it sounds like you're talking through a fan a little bit.
Okay, that's weird. There's nothing on my end, so let me just...
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Is this better?
It seems to be.
Okay, I don't know what happened. There was no noise on my end, so I think it was just Discord being weird.
Mm-hmm. There's maybe a very slight thing, but I think it's better than it was.
Let's see. I can always try unplugging and replugging the USB. Let's see. Give me a moment.
Welcome to our commercial break. Fuck, what's a good commercial?
We could talk about the journal that Leo's reading.
Yeah, commercial break. We pan out from the shot of the professor and Camille talking, and it's no, not the Phantom Hour.
Okay, I am back. Hello.
Hi.
We were just quick camera pan away. Leo is taking his sweet time because he made the mistake of opening the journal as he was walking through the hall.
Okay, I am imagining him doing the thing where you're like, you are walking initially, but then you just stop in the middle of the hall and continue to read.
Yeah. And I mean, like, there was literally no one out here to stop him because he left Camembert with Camille.
Yeah. Like, the only person who I think could run into right now would be Izumi.
Wait, this is really funny.
Izumi's pretty... Oh?
I want him to roll perception at disadvantage.
Oh, jeez. Wow, that's cooked. I dropped my die. Where'd it go? No!
Oh, no!
Where's my D20? Shit. No! Where did it go?
Oh, no!
Oh, there it is. Jeez.
Alright, just to remind ourselves, we were talking about Camille's mom.
Yes.
Right. Yeah,
Layton. Yeah. That's where we were at.
Here you go. That's what I got with the disadvantage.
Okay, a 9. Okay, then, I think basically, let's see, how am I gonna do this? Because it's low, but it's just high enough to, out of the corner of your eye, you see a door close by itself.
There's a Leo kind of jumps, and then the sort of square up pose that they do in Western films,
Yes!
like
Oh
right
my
before a
God.
gun. Like he gets that stance and kind of looks around and is like, huh.
um, this is even better. He looks like one way, and then back the other way, and then the original way, and one of the hallways is just straight up gone. It's just a wall.
Oh, he's getting bullied.
Time machine's haunted.
That's all.
That's why it's taking Leo so long.
Yes. Okay. All right. Layton's.
Yeah. Okay. So. Yeah, you kind of have all the puzzle pieces, like knowing that Leo Layton and Camille are twin brothers, you can probably assume that Camille had the Layton surname before he faked his death. Um, even if faking his death was accidental. You also know about detectives, and the mention of a fire is pretty specific. So you do actually recall a news story because I think Professor was in Toontown during that time frame.
It was in August, and we were like, "That's about when he crashed." So it would have still been in the papers that month, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it happens late August, and the funeral is in September, so the story was probably running till then.
Yeah. He would have been around. He didn't remember it last time he did this check, but he might have run across it since then, even looked for it.
Yeah. So you didn't really have the context for it then, but he does now. And it's pretty easy to piece together that one of the victims was named Tana Layton and was a detective, and there was some weirdness regarding the details of news reports. Different reports would give pretty different details that would directly contradict the other papers. But yeah, one of them being a detective named Tana Layton, and the other being her son, a half-toon detective named Sam Layton, who were both presumed dead within a house fire.
I think he just sort of yeah, because Camille said something her, and the professor takes a moment. He's sort of processing and connecting things, and he looks at Camille and he says, "You, do you have any burns?"
Burns? I do actually have one. And he shows you his right palm, which does have a burn mark on it in the shape of it's not a ring, but it's in the shape of the shape ring, not left over from a ring.
Yeah, it is a ring shape.
Yeah, it is a ring shape. And it is a burn not from flames itself or anything, but more from touching and holding on to something that was way too hot to be held onto.
Well, that's not what Professor was thinking about, but now he is curious. How did you get that?
I got it during, I got it when leaving a, house fire. There was
The house
something
fire.
that he winces. And it's just, I guess you finally piece that together, but yeah. During the house fire, there was something that I didn't want to leave behind. Um,
Gay.
yes.
Well, what was it, if I may ask?
I can actually, I should have it in my hammer space. Also, I think it's probably good for Leo to come back around now.
You want my gag?
If you want your gag.
They hear like a sort of crash and a scramble outside the door before it opens and Leo like falls through on his back and he's like, time machine's haunted.
It's her name is Ellie.
She's haunted.
She's not haunted.
She is the one haunting it.
Almost, not quite.
There's a pause. As Leo's very, like, the entire time he's been, like, scrambling around, he's been holding the journal very protectively, like, to his chest. And he kind of pauses, still lying on the ground, and is like, you know what? That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I've been assuming it's a bit like a network situation.
Oh.
But,
network.
like, time machine.
She's been, compared to a genius loci, if that's what you're referring to.
Camille does nod.
I guess since I'm new, she thought it'd be funny to unhallway right in front of me, I guess.
Oh! Wow. She doesn't usually do that unless nobody's looking.
Camille's snoring.
Leo is sweating. That's weird because I totally was.
Alright, well, Camille did fumble.
Oh my gosh!
So let's see what. Okay. And he's just like, well, anyways, and reaches into him hammer space, and instead of anything that could leave a bird shape like that, he pulls out a book titled Murder on the West Express. And
Leo Leo rolls over and like sits on his knees and is like, are you showing the professor your dweeb books?
they're not dweeb books, they're good books. I wanted reading material for the trip. And besides, it's a fumble. I was trying to get something else.
Man, fumbling here in Yeddo sucks.
Yeah, I really should keep things in my pockets more.
I don't know if
that's
that would help.
Is it different in Yeddo?
Remember how we have inspiration deficiency?
Yes.
It's I guess you could call it benign now, but it does still have some lasting issues. The immune system being a little compromised is one of it, and the other is
Difficulty with your hammer space?
yeah.
It is tied to inherent toon magic, and since we're here in Yeddo, which is a very real kind country, there's not a lot of inspiration for I guess our bodies to take in from around us?
No, ambient, sort of, magical, toonish energy.
Nope.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Which is also why we can't be in real kind countries for too long.
Yeah, we can, like, spend a summer over in Forsanaa, but it's anything longer than a year, and we're probably asking for the more serious things to return. And Camille's rooting around in his hammer space as he's talking about this, and you'll never fucking guess what he pulls out.
Did he get it? Did he get it?
Oh.
No, he
Damn
pulls
it.
out a he pulls out a Phantom L calling card. So he just pulls out a big fat L.
Leo is fucking losing it.
You know, fumbles would be a lot nicer if I didn't keep pulling this thing out.
What is that?
It's a calling card.
Is it?
Reelstown has a local phantom thief by the name of Phantom L, and he likes to be personally annoying to me.
Oh.
You are kind of his detective rival.
Like, Trickster and Zuby.
Yeah. He tosses the card at Leo.
It's paper, so he tries to throw it, and it does the like loop, 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 and it flutters to the ground. And Leo is fucking losing it again.
Real sighs, and it's just whatever. Goes back, and it's another fucking fumble.
Oh. My goodness.
Yeah, I believe the rules were 7 is the minimum to not fumble.
Yep. They have a 40% chance to not fumble.
Wait.
Uh-oh.
Wait, he pulled it out.
He pulled out the thing?
He got a perfect 10.
He got the thing?
Yep. Yeah, so Camille's just like, oh, shut up. I'm trying to get the... And he pulls out a little blue butterfly charm.
Oh.
Oh, and
Well, that's pretty.
yeah, the professor makes an observation, and noticeably the loud laughter had abruptly stopped, as Leo was also kind of looking at it and squinting at it.
Wasn't there something about blue butterflies being good luck here or something?
I think so, but I have one of those too, and this is our first time in Yeddo.
Oh, what, you didn't get it here?
We don't remember where we got these from, actually.
Yeah, it's always kind of
But,
like a hazy feeling.
I mean, that's odd, especially considering I just cast Greater Restoration on both of you, so it wasn't, at least based on the spell Modify Memory. That's okay.
I don't think it was a purposeful erasure of memory, and more just that's how... It feels like trying to remember a dream.
Yeah.
Well, and it's not as if Greater Restoration is the end-all be-all for restoring memories. I mean, we had a run-in with some more sort of deity-based magic that was particularly resistant with erasing memories, but, well...
If it's anything relating to Yeddo, knowing the mindset here, that's sort of heavily frowned on, isn't it?
Oh, that yes, they don't like Yes, they don't like charm magics and mind manipulation sort of things. That's the impression I got anyway.
Camille nods and is just, yeah, a lot of stuff from the enchantment school of magic specifically is sort of culturally taboo in Yeddo.
Mm-hmm.
The mind is a very important thing, and to tamper with that is very much frowned on.
Right. I can think of a situation which,
Shit.
You good?
I was gonna roll a cheeky hammer space and I dropped my dice.
I can think of a situation where an exception might be made for memories being altered. I elbow Avi as I think of what's his face?
You know, what's his fuck?
That fucker. Tefurka.
Yeah, and specifically Matsuyo? Was that his name?
Matsuya.
Matsuya. Yeah. But I expect that such things are outside cases.
Well, what kind of case? Yeah, no fumble for Leo.
No fumble, baby! He pulls out his butterfly charm.
Yeah. What sort of case? Well, the sort of thing where, let's see, if something was remembered, well, it's to protect people, where if something was, remembered, then a lot of people would be hurt. So I think the preferred thing would be to, even as they may extremely dislike the idea of altering memories, it may still be preferable to sort of massive amounts of harm to a population. I mean, think about it. Which would you go for? What?
Oh, Camille's just, and what was this again?
Huh? What did I say? A theoretical situation where, sometimes, memory modification would be, tolerated for extreme circumstances.
Camille's squinting. Like, you want to try and find an answer that's a bit less bullshit?
Okay, how about this? If I tell you, a lot of people will die?
You know what? That is fair.
Okay, good. Glad we're in accordance. Anyway.
Okay, anyway, that still doesn't really help us with this situation.
No, can I see those?
Yeah, Camille will hand us over.
Yeah, I guess, and Leo will hold his out.
He's gonna cast Identify, because that's his only way of figuring out if something is, magical or not.
Alright. I look over.
To the holder.
Ah, there it is.
If you want to, and it would be easier for you. You are our DM.
Give us that
Technically.
juicy lore.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, because the only thing I have in my, like, written down that I can answer myself is, for investigation or arcanas, not spells.
Ah.
Mhm.
Yeah, Professor's just skipping to,
Skipping to the good bit.
Yeah.
Okay, hi. Hello.
Hi!
My name's Avi. I am cameoing because I am the DM of the Yeddo Trip. And this is related to my lore for Yeddo. There's a conspiratorial grin. Anyway.
We finally did it.
We finally
crossed
did it!
Here's the thing. Professor, there are no spells, on this, on these charms.
Mm-hmm.
They are kind of small. They fit neatly in the palm of your hand. And they almost look like, they were made to be, like, a part of a matching pair, right?
Mm-hmm.
What Identify does pick up, though, is that it was definitely made through magic. Specifically, this was made by a and a really powerful one at that.
A celestial, you said?
Yeah, a celestial being.
Mm.
But other than that, there is no magical effect on it. There is no, magic spells on it. It doesn't seem to be like anything that is inert right now.
Mm-hmm,
It's just made through magic. Do you want to roll? You are actively investigating, so I guess roll me a quick investigation.
Hell yeah. Okay, that's on the edge. Can't read it. Pity, because that could have been a good number. That's 19. I could do better.
19 total?
Yeah, unfortunately.
No, that's pretty good.
Oh, alright.
How do I phrase this? It's like the way that these two are like a magic set. There is no like magic in it aside from how it was made. Question mark. It's almost like these charms were given as a sort of memento of sorts.
Memento.
And I hand that to you.
Alright, thank you very much, Avi.
Yeah, you're welcome. I go back to the void.
Okay.
Love you!
Dankeschön.
Yeah, Professor just sort of, like, holds them and puzzles over them for a minute, and, looks between the two of them, and he says, "This was made by an extremely powerful celestial, and you don't, you know celestial, and you don't remember how you learned it."
Okay.
I mean, that's got to be connected, for one. They go together. I mean, I would even hazard a guess that they were produced from the same spell, or, well, it's not a spell necessarily, but, you know, the same sort of instance of magic.
Wild gift flex to give to two atheists.
Yeah, I...
Well, not all celestials are deities. I mean, to be fair, a lot of them are.
Which is what makes it so odd, because Forrester really doesn't have anything in the way of gods.
Yeah.
And this does seem to very much be something related to Yeddo.
It sure seems that way.
And as similar as Ghibli and Yeddo are, we are not Yiddish, so there's no way. That's what.
I mean, it. You don't remember how you got it. It was just in your hammer space. I mean, it seems like the sort of thing that somebody would give you to remind you of something or someone, like how a souvenir reminds you of a place that you were, or a good time that you had.
Well, it's doing a pretty shit job at that.
Leo gives a small nod as he's like, "Yeah, my glitter hat from Halloween Town is a lot more obvious."
So, I guess we do have to accept that there's something that we're tied to in Yeddo, considering, Camille makes a gesture in the air.
Huh? What are you tied to in Yeddo?
Oh, also, we get a chance to roll history.
Nice.
Yeah, baby. And guess what my history boy got?
Oh.
Well,
Oh, hell yeah.
24.
Because Camille got a 7. Like I said, Camille's not the history one between the two of them.
The duality of man.
Alright.
We get lore.
Now we
Leo
wait for
gets
the
lore.
delicious lore soup. God, my hands are cold.
Oh no.
Was Camille going to say something before?
Camille did kind of just trail off and make a big gesture.
Oh.
If Professor asks,
Yeah, he did ask, like, what connects you to Yeddo, because the only thing he can think of is, like, well, Azumi, Arata.
Actually, I'm not. So, you. Question: does Camille know that Professor knows that Harada is Trickster?
No.
Let's just.
Well, I mean, more about the charms. Arata has seen them before, and he kind of reacts like how we react.
Yeah. So maybe it's something tied to,
Like, he remembers it, too?
Maybe, like, he's trying, but it's hazy, like it is for us.
Did you say it was like remembering a dream? Or trying to remember a dream?
Yeah.
Which is especially odd with Rada.
Yeah.
Right.
And I mean, Camille pauses for a moment as he's just... hey, Professor, how close are you, Farada?
He just sort of, like, looks up and, like, thinks, I think very?
And how do you define very?
I don't know. I mean, we both know some of each other's worst secrets.
And that would be...
Leo's handing me revealing himself as a phantom thief to see if that'll get them anything.
I mean, I did
Camille is elbowing him.
I mean, I did tell you that I died 3 times. I mean, that's kind of a thing.
How do you feel about phantom thieves?
Leo.
Oh, well, I mean, they're great. He's just sort of, like, floundering.
Camille's rolling insight. He's rolling insight. How much do you know?
How much do you know, old man?
Oh, wait, is that the 24?
Yeah, 24 is an insight. Professor's talking about phantom thieves. 1, is he speaking from a personal experience of phantom thieves? And 2, is the awkwardness because he's trying to figure out how to cover up for errata?
Yes and yes?
Okay, we all know. We all know.
Cool.
We all know what?
Okay. Hi, I'm one of Trickster's best friends, Leo Fingerguns.
Okay, I also know Trickster. Kind of.
And we're also his little brothers.
Is that so?
We know Arata's Trickster.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
He just sort of, like, drags his hands down his face, like, okay.
Okay, that makes things much easier. How much about Trickster's way of working do you know about in regards to certain abilities and locations, perhaps?
I know he's a Kalashtar.
I mean, I figured.
Well, yeah, I mean, we did mention dreams.
Mm-hmm.
Any
I know that that's
rooms?
related. Well, yes, there's the Valor room. That's where
Hey!
Okay, cool.
Genie's
Rad.
from.
Perfect.
Okay.
God.
I mean, I've never been there, but I've heard about it.
Apparently we have...
You have?
Not physically.
What?
Not physically.
Not physically.
I mean... So, okay...
If it was physically, we would have been able to understand Genie, I think.
You would.
I think so, yeah. But, so we met a girl named Anastasia. And she is apparently from there. And we kind of connected some dots. And we know people and things that we just shouldn't. I don't know.
Okay, well, first of all, then I this has to relate to the charms.
They are nearly the same blue. I know that from Genie's collar.
And, well, I mean, you were in the... But only... I mean, were you perhaps given it while you were there in your, dream? I mean, you would have to be dreaming to be there. frankly.
I would assume so. I mean,
It's
Yeah.
just that usually an exchange of physical objects is not really possible unless you're physically there, except that these were made by a very powerful celestial, so they might be able to just make them be able to transfer across the planes just like that.
It probably really doesn't help that we've kind of had these for a long time. I don't even remember how old we were when we got them. We've kind of
Yeah.
always had them.
So long
Is-
before you met Arata, I would presume.
way before we met Harada.
Yeah.
Then
We met him in the span of the past year.
then you're related to the Velour room in an entirely separate fashion.
Presumably, I guess.
I think-
Apparently.
I mean,
Is there somebody there who you're not wild cards. But and you're not. I mean, you're from here. You're denizens of the material plane. You're not attendants like. No.
No,
Attendance.
yeah, we were very much born here
Yes,
Yeah.
on
yes.
this plane to
Right.
two
I
parents.
Yes, no, I understand. I'm just going over the facts. Goodness. I don't know why you would have been there. I mean, except that, like, maybe there was somebody there who, I don't know, liked you, knew your parents,
yeah, I mean,
a family friend, perhaps?
and there's definitely no way we can be attendants. I mean,
Well,
Anna and Jiro and Theodore, Margaret, hang on, I'm being called.
Alright.
no.
I am back.
Woo. You were listing people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The professor just has this, like, blank look, like, I don't know who those people are.
Yeah, and Camille's just, I mean, I assume that someone liked us. Yeah, I'm gonna assume that Uncle Jiro liked us.
I mean, yeah,
I mean, is he actually your uncle?
I don't.
Camille pauses.
Wait,
It's just, huh?
what?
Well, I mean, I don't... I mean, well, okay, I guess what I'm trying to ask is, why do you call him Uncle Jiro?
I didn't know I called him Uncle Jiro. Okay,
Okay.
I'm going to assume he's not actually physically our uncle.
Probably not. I mean, if he's like Anna, I don't know if they can be related to us.
Oh, and, just a note, I did actually forgot, Avi reminded me, Professor has heard of, both Jiro and, Anastasia. So, yeah. Well, I mean, yes, but if you haven't met, what? Do you understand that it's confusing that you call him uncle?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, alright, as long as we're all on the same page.
Yeah, when he was first brought up, Leo mentioned the master part is new, so apparently we knew
What?
him before he was a Master Jiro.
But Arata didn't know him before. I mean, I don't think he did.
uh,
but- Okay, so you must have gone to the velour room and presumably gotten the charms and met Jiro, Sans title, um, a good number of years ago, long enough that you don't remember. Either you were very young or it was an effect of it being probably a sort of dream state of some kind. I mean, if not just a regular old dream. You said you had them for a very long time and you don't remember getting them. So, I mean, if you don't remember not having them, then let's see, you were probably at least, probably younger than, I don't know, I'd estimate, maybe 7.
Probably.
I mean,
I
probably,
think so.
probably safe to say younger than 7. Otherwise, you'd have remembered not having the charm. Does that sound accurate?
I think so, yeah.
Alright. I mean, I'm just taking a shot in the dark here, really, but...
Leo kind of looks at Camille and is like, by the moon. Shit, do you think we've had these since we were babies?
I mean, some people do that.
Don't think that's a question I'm ready to deal with the answer for. Or at
Can you
least
imagine
I'm ready
if a
to deal with...
celestial has had their eye on us since we were babies?
I don't think I want to entertain that thought for too much longer.
Well, I'm afraid it sounds like it's entirely possible.
Fucking wild!
I mean,
Maybe I shouldn't have returned that book on Yeddo Gods.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be a god. It could be, I don't know, a deva or something. Sort of.
Celestials usually, at least in some way, tied to some divine domain.
Yes, no, they do serve the gods.
So... Oh, I need to go pick that book up again.
I mean, there are other ones, but they're... Unicorns and quattles are hardly the sort to go about handing trinkets to toddlers, and
I think we would know if we came close to a unicorn. I don't think that's something our parents would keep from us.
Yeah, and as far as I know, unicorns aren't tied to dreams.
No, I don't think so. I think I would know if they were.
Hello?
What?
What does that mean?
I know a lot about celestials.
I thought that you knew a lot about unicorns. I got very confused.
I know a decent amount about unicorns. Considering they are celestials.
And Camille pauses for a moment as a thought strikes him.
Mm-hmm.
And he looks at the charm. And he looks back at Leo, and he's just... Yeah, do you think maybe this could explain our other problem?
Mm-hmm.
Which other problem? We have a lot.
And Camille, let's see if he can sleight of hand this. He cannot. Camille is very obviously signing something to Leo.
This is not a sign that the professor can read.
Nope. This is a made-up language between twins.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can tell that, honestly, even if it was, actual sign, he probably wouldn't be able to immediately understand it because Camille simply signs Quinn's name.
Oh, yeah, if it's a name, then yeah, that'd be hard to do
Yeah.
anyway.
Oh, yeah. Leo kind of grimace emoji and is like, oh, that problem.
What? Wait, do you have a celestial problem? Of some kind?
So, our friends
Mm.
might have accidentally made Camille pauses.
You
And
see, he might have, and Leo trails off.
Well, what? A friend of yours did what? Hopefully not crossed one of the gods.
necessarily crossed it so much as
He, might have, accidentally, I presume,
Yes?
might have accidentally made an oath to a nightmare god.
Oh. Okay. What kind of oath?
paladin. I think he was on a revenge quest kind of oath.
Oh no. No, no, no. Oh no.
Yeah.
To a nightmare god?
I mean,
To
You know-
a Yiddish nightmare god?
I mean, maybe
He's got to be this deity's got to be pretty powerful, considering.
I don't know a lot about gods, but
But nightmares and dreams and this, I mean, frankly, this is one of the most populated. There are so many Kalashtar here. It's got to be important to them. So dreams in general, and then nightmares, that's the other side of the coin. This is a powerful being.
Leo kind of grimaces and looks at Camille and is like, "Oh no, are we the other side of that coin?"
I did not make an oath. I'm not a paladin.
I'm not a paladin.
And-
I'm not a warlock. I swear, I'm a bard.
I'm.
Nice. But
And then Camille pauses for a moment, and then puts his head in his hands and she's, "Oh no,
Oh no.
what?
yeah, I'm a druid."
Oh, that's right. You're a druid now.
What does that have to do with anything? That's just nature magic, isn't it?
Sometimes, but not always.
Yeah.
I mean, I know there are nature gods, but I thought that was more coincidental than not.
I don't think I've pledged myself to any particular god.
I mean, I think we would know if it was also nature related, considering all of the flowers that Juby grows around the house.
Yeah, and I'm positive Juby is more connected to those than I am.
Yeah.
It is similar to the kind of druid genie is, I guess. Which might make things worse. I don't know a lot about being a
Fuck,
druid.
does
I
that
just
mean I'm
got
next
here.
on the weird, funky classes? Shit.
Wait.
Fuck.
Hang on. Okay, first off, Genie is a druid?
Yes.
Okay. And what exactly is his class thing? What sort of druid? Because you just said it's similar to Genie.
I look over at Avi as I try to remember what exactly Jeannie told Camille.
Something about masks, I think.
Yeah. Well, I remember Jeannie's explanation back when I was struggling with wild shape. He said... He kind of said to visualize it like putting on and taking off masks as opposed to what you'd usually expect from a druid, which is, I don't know, getting in touch with your innate instincts. Also, you can come off mute to properly explain if you so desire, Avi.
This is your lore that we're very horribly explaining.
To be fair, it's very in character to horribly explain it.
Yeah, I figured at least a refresher wouldn't hurt.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because here's the thing, Camille. Genie does not know anyone else who has similar druid magic to him besides you.
Yeah.
So first of all, there's that. Second of all, Genie did tell you that wild shape is very wild shape for him, and apparently how it works for you is a lot easier to do if you visualize it as like putting on and taking off masks. That is correct. I don't think he mentioned anything about the collective unconscious.
Yeah, I don't think he did. So Camille does mention that yeah, Genie's kind of the only other druid of my kind, apparently, at least as far as either of us know.
And he's from the Valor Room.
Is he? I wouldn't know.
He is, entirely and completely.
Oh, no, Camille would know that Genie is.
Yeah,
Oh.
he would. He's sort of having a time. And he's just, yeah, I know that. Sorry, I got a bit wrapped up in not knowing things.
So, that's... Okay, so you have a rare subclass only shared by another being from another plane.
I swear to the moon, if what's going on with him is because of all of this, meaning that someone decided to take an interest in him in some roundabout 40 chess way to get back at some weird celestial, I am going to lose it.
I mean... Gods are like that.
Yeah, that's why I don't try to believe in them.
Yeah, I mean, I believe in them, I just think I don't like them.
Yeah, they do seem to generally be sanctimonious assholes who like to claim that they can somehow embody an entire concept, even though that is impossible for a singular consciousness, but okay.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Leo kind of like flops back on the cot, probably half on top of Camille.
He
just like
smothers Camille to calm him. It's calm downtown. Calm down, time.
Yeah, Leo just kind of throws his hands up and is like, this is fucking wild, because what are the fucking chances of two weird dream nightmare two-side coin gods from Yeddo taking interest in, I guess, two separate families from Forsana? A very atheist country?
Well,
Like, I know they're trade partners, but come on!
they could have had a vested interest for some reason. I don't know why. But just because they're not believed in there doesn't mean they can't have interests there. They could enjoy being there. Some of them just like walking around in mortal form. Some of them have some of them have children with mortals. Some of them like to try their hand at living among mortals in a avatar form.
Neil pauses, and he looks over at Leo as he's just... You know, isn't Quinn's mom from Yeddo?
Fuck, he is half Yiddish, isn't he?
Yeah.
Fuck!
You think this might be because I swear if Quinn is if Quinn's a demigod.
If we somehow made friends with the demigod, I'm going to scream.
You said, okay, alright. Did his mother seem divine? Or did she just seem Yiddish?
I mean, she always seemed really put together and pretty and like she could kick anyone's ass.
She is kind of a famous not movie star, like a famous actress. I mean, we don't know a lot about her side.
Okay, well, honestly, being a famous actress, I will say depends on the god. Really depends on the god, but they tend to like to keep more of a lower profile than that when they're hiding among mortals. At least in my experience. Some of them can't resist, some of them like the hype, but they're exceptions.
And maybe she's the demigod and Quinn's like quarter god?
I'll be honest, that's probably a lot more possible.
Like, what is the term there? Demigod? No, that's stupid.
I don't know.
I mean, geez, what are low profile things? I can't imagine any gods would be. I mean, I don't know if any dream gods would be interested in things like, I don't know, classical art. I don't know what that has to do with dreams. That art. I don't know about mystery books. I mean, those are, I guess, low profile. But
I mean, they have pretty clear lineages on both sides.
yeah.
I think. Like,
What about his father?
Grimace emoji.
there has never been a man more mortal than him.
Oh, okay.
And the only thing keeping me sane is that I remember it.
The only thing that keeps me okay while we're here in Yeddo and very close to Forstana is knowing that, if need be, I could probably take that man in a fist fight.
Okay. You sure he's not the nightmare god?
That would be hilarious, but I don't... I mean, he's been, like, in Forstana for a good number of years.
How many?
Yeah. As long as we know, he's also kind of famous there.
He is,
Would you say over 30?
Unfortunately, that's longer than either of us have been alive, and he didn't really like to talk about his dad much, or his mom much.
But does he seem like he's lived there?
I mean, I guess?
Maybe he's definitely over 30 in terms of age, but,
Okay, alright. Okay, alright. Okay, not that then. I don't know. And to answer your question, let's see, the children of a demigod, I mean, typically it takes a few more generations, but that could make somebody Azamar. Is this is this friend of yours, have any Asmar-like characteristics? Any sort of metallic hair or eyes, wings, perhaps?
No. And I mean, the three of us have kinda the same eye color. And definitely no metal in his hair.
Camille's thinking he's just. No, but he is really pretty. Isn't that an answer?
Gay.
Stop!
Well, it is.
Gay, homosexual, gay.
I'm going to bite you.
Try me, bitch.
Do you know anything else about this nightmare god?
I mean, in my research, as I out of character go to look something up. Well, there's a lot of nightmare gods in Yeddo, but I didn't really get a name, but I think the one that is most likely to be the one that's messing with him is called the Crawling Chaos or Great Father.
The Great Father?
Well, I imagine that there's a lot of gods called the Great Father or Father in some way, so that's not too special.
I heard of a Yiddish god who was referred to as the Father Spirit, although he was supposed to have been on the nicer side, but
There are other things about.
You know, if Quinn's dad does end up being the nightmare god in this scenario, that's going to make the name very ironic.
What?
Don't worry about it.
The father. Right, okay.
Oh, I hate that.
Hmm.
But I mean, there are other things about Quinn's oath that I know about personally.
Uh-huh.
When Quinn gets angry, and I don't remember him getting angry a lot when we were kids, but when he gets angry now, there's like this shadow that passes over his face. Almost purposefully ominous, no matter where we are.
And he's entirely real kind.
Yeah.
That's odd. I need to meet this kid.
Well, we're friends again now, so probably would be able to.
Good.
Yeah, Leo can probably introduce you. For reasons relating to the nightmare god, he doesn't know about me.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
And specifically the nightmare god and the specifics of his oath. It kind of suck, but there's not really a way around it right now.
See, the crawling chaos. Did they seem to be one of the more powerful, gods?
Well, I
mean, just something above your sort of, garden variety, literal garden god.
I mean, for one, I guess so, because it did give me worse vibes than anything else in the book.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, considering you're atheist, that's kind of significant.
Well, I assume it's because there's a lot of
Belief
really
tied to
messed
it.
up. Well, there's a lot of really messed up stuff tied to the DD, so I assume it's probably something to do with all the cults and other such stuff.
I hate cults.
But yeah, he does give very bad vibes. And I think if I'm remembering right, the specific domains are malice, nightmares, control, and personalities.
That... I don't... Control... Control, you say?
Yeah, which is why we're so worried about our friend. It can't be easy to break out of the oath of a god of control.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, and a god of control might have, might prefer a more, hands-on approach than other, deities.
I don't think the boys know about what happened to Lynn, so... Or did Vinny tell them?
I don't remember if anyone told the twins about what happened to Lynn during that FPS.
Okay. Okay, we got a tippy tap in the gallery.
Yeah.
We're crowdsourcing our memory today. Yeah, I'm about to DM him. Okay, actually, let me do a search.
I wish I could prod Professor into giving more information, but he's so hung up on, like, there is information here that, if spilled, like, will hurt people. So he's being very, very, reticent with it.
Okay, Okay, yeah,
I think that's the right word.
Love that this FPS is lore crowdsourcing the FPS.
yeah, sometimes you come in for the fucked up biology and leave with a god crisis.
Yeah.
Ain't that just the way?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
DM has been sent. In the meanwhile, I'll let that sit on the back burner. And yeah, don't worry, I've been drinking water.
Yep, I've got mine.
I have a Dr. Pepper. My family ordered McDonald's in the middle of the FPS.
Ha.
The goal is to end this in the next 20 minutes, hopefully.
Okay. In that case...
Simply because I will be torn limb from limb if I have another 5-hour FPS.
in the interest of wrapping things up then, or at least keeping things on the right track, I think the Professor, just sort of frustrated, is going to, like, shake his head and put his hands up and say, all right, we're clearly not getting anywhere with this. We need more information. We may need to put different people in contact with each other. But let's see. In the meantime, I did have let's see. I did have a few tests. Let's see. No, I had a few questions, and I have let's see, about 2 tests I wanted to run. Camille, would you follow me to this machine? And he's going to just sort of like go through a sort of like side door to a machine with like a cot with a sort of donut shaped big thing at the end.
Leo sits up to let Camille leave.
Yeah, Camille started squirming, and there's a little pop as he emerges. And then he is scuttering after the professor.
Yeah. It is an MRI machine, I'll just say.
Yeah, Professor's got a whole ass MRI machine.
MRI of the grandpa.
Alright, if you'll just lay down, I'll ask you to keep as still as you can, but you don't you're allowed to like keep breathing and stuff and blinking. People have asked. It's just you shouldn't feel anything. It's just gonna run some different force fields over you, mainly magnetic, and give me an idea of what your insides look like.
Leo
Great.
giving me such a stupid line.
What be the lines?
Leo heard you're allowed to blink and was like, I bet you 5 gold that you'll blink within 45 seconds.
Camille looks over at Leo and is just, you already have a bet on 5 gold.
Shit, you're right.
I mean, 10 gold's free.
I'm not giving you 10 gold just for not blinking in a machine.
Well, then you're gonna have to find another gold amount real fast, and Camille's already climbing it.
You're a bitch!
I know.
And because it's space technology, I'm gonna say it only takes like 3 minutes instead of an hour.
Instead of an hour.
Very fair.
Yeah. And the professor will just indicate that it's done. Camille can get up, and he's just going to just sort of pull a screen over with the images and start examining them. So is there anything interesting here?
Yeah, so you can probably put together that, your boy kind of got Theseus just a little bit.
Mm-hmm. That plus the apoptosis, the regenerating cells thing.
Yeah, and with how it, it does tend to leave people dead, that sure does put a lot of strain on internal organs, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So, yeah, there is a good bit of internal scar tissue there. one that denotes that, yeah, it is. This guy should not have survived that,
Mm-hmm.
but he is, and it's kind of a miracle that he is even alive and in front of you right now.
Mm-hmm.
Even more so than the everything else.
Yeah. Yeah. He's just, like, looking it over and just looks pretty solemn and serious. And just sort of, like, looks at Camille. You have a lot of internal scarring. You're lucky to be alive. I mean, you knew that, but... And he just, like, looks at the images again.
I'm guessing even more so than the... Okay, yeah, I'll just chalk that up to another impossible thing that I somehow lived through.
Yes, even the sturdiest of organisms don't tend to do very well with things like this.
Bill notes that, and then just gives a nod as he's just, well, alright, that's good to know. I'm guess I'm just really bad at dying. That or I'm really bad at staying dead. If
Oh,
it's
mood?
latter, then that runs in the... Yeah,
Yeah, that
that's
makes
what I thought you'd say.
makes three of us, I guess.
Ayo! Man, we should make a club.
I know a few
Yeah.
other people we need to invite then.
It
Hey!
wouldn't be a very exclusive club, I don't think.
Oh shit, that means Juby would be in it too. Never mind.
Oh dear.
And
Don't tell Juby I said that.
All right.
Not you, Professor. And he looks directly at Camille.
Camille just rolls his eyes very affectionately. Though he's just like, yeah, okay. Yeah, I think a disturbing amount of our friends and family have died and come back at some point.
Yeah.
I know for a fact that Shiro has too, considering that's the whole reason why we're here.
Mm-hmm.
That reminds me, I need to introduce Izumi to Camembert.
Okay, is this before the FPS then?
I assume this is before the Azumi Leo FPS because this is Azumi hunkers down in the ellipsis forever.
I mean, he was still hiding after that, just...
Fair.
He just did do that one outing with you.
His one outing. It's the only one he got.
Yeah, I don't know, we are kind of on a time, limit. Let's see, I have, where are my notes?
What if for the ending we touched on the ellipsis bullying Leo?
We can do that.
Yeah.
I have, with the blood, I had one other thing I wanted to do with it, which is, the professor, would, retrieve some, plants, just sort of regular, real kind sprouts, and apply the blood to them to see what would happen.
Alright.
Specifically to the
Killed
roots.
it.
Because that's where they
Okay.
absorb liquids, so, yeah.
Yeah, I think...
Because he is running on a theory that he has not voiced, but one that he does have.
Yeah. Allow me to sit here and debate on if it works on plants too.
I think it was talked about that it doesn't affect plants and animals, but it affects people?
Well, for Camille, it does affect animals at the very least. So the question is if it would affect plants too. True.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll roll for it.
Toxin's a toxin.
Toxin's a toxin. Okay, so how many plants are you doing?
Let's say 3.
Okay.
One of them explodes.
No, yeah, so you add a bit of blood in, and as it's absorbed, the plants kind of, they seem to steam up, and there's a lot of heat there, and then they kind of just die. They sort of shrivel up a bit, I think. At least in this case, but yeah, shrivel up and die, and that happens for all 3 of them.
Wow. Yeah, he
kills them.
he just sort of like observes this and
oh yeah, if you want to roll perception, there's actually one thing that I can give you. Because I think that would be alright to give you. If it's not alright to give you, then specific person speak now or forever hold your peace.
I think that specific person has 4 minutes to do their homework.
Fair.
I did get a 20.
Okay, yeah. It's faint, and yeah, there is very much predominantly the smell of burning leaves. Well, not so much burning as in like fire, but like sort of steam. And no, not exactly like tea. It does smell just a little bit rank, I'm gonna be real with you, but underneath that, there is just the very, very faint scent of possibly petrichor, but not. It's sweeter if you had to put your finger on it, but it's a little hard to pinpoint it exactly. So you think it might be like that, but you're not entirely sure.
Yeah, he takes note of that and just sort of puts that experiment to the side.
Just slides these dead plants elsewhere.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Don't need to share that.
Now, Camille,
Yeah?
I should ask, considering what's, well, happened to you, have you had any issues with dysphoria?
Oatmeal looks away. And does sigh a little bit as he's just... It used to be a lot worse, but yeah.
Well, that's understandable. You did go through a rather drastic change.
Yeah, I, used to keep the mirror in my apartment covered for that reason.
Mm-hmm.
But I am adjusting, I think.
Hmm. He looks very, like, sympathetic.
Leo walks over, hold him brother, and because Leo is assigned comic relief in this FPS, he tries to make a joke and is like, I mean, hey, there's another thing we're twinsies in. Couldn't look in a mirror for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And I am sorry about that.
We were literally born at the same time. Why are you apologizing for my face?
He does a little shrug.
Like, I know I'm better looking, but we did have the same face.
You are not better looking.
I totally am better looking.
Professor goes and, like, he hooks his foot around a stool, and, sits on it to sort of be closer to their level. And he says, if it's any consolation, Camille, if there are alternative solutions to reversing this in the way that we would prefer to.
Which are?
Well, there are several. Sometimes... Remember when I said that, my kind, sort of get a, physical reset, when we die?
Oh, odds?
Right. Well, we don't always look the same afterwards. And, typically, you're left at least, the same sort of, let's see, developmental stage as you were. Children change to children, adults change to adults, but rarely, very rarely, a person resets into a significantly younger form. If they're still, an adult, just a younger adult, most people just let it be. What's a little free anti-aging? But if they're not, and their mind remains rather a lot more older than their physical form, there are alternatives. Some elect for surgery or rapid growth treatments or gene therapy or hormones. Others use magical means, polymorph or true polymorph, to be or appear physically adult while their true form matures. But there's no actual reversing that process. Correcting for it, sure, but not reversing. And it may be some small comfort to know that these people, as rare as they are, as inconvenient and frustrating as their condition is, they often leave happy and successful lives.
Camille sort of takes a deep breath, but he nods. It's just... Got it. Thank you.
And on that note, well, you've got your brother, but if you do ever want to discuss such things, I have a bit of experience.
Yeah, he does smile just a little bit as he's just... I imagine more than most.
I think that's fair to say. Well, I think that concludes our study then. I think we've discovered all that we're going to at this time.
Right, well, it's at least good to know certain things. Like, I should really, really avoid anything to do with radiation, for example.
Yes.
I don't want to accidentally grow an extra set of arms on top of all of this.
Microwaves you, microwaves you, microwaves you.
Well, the doctors ought to know better than to give you too many x-rays within a year, so I think you'll be safe on that front. Otherwise, like I said, just don't fall into a vat of toxic waste, and generally speaking, you ought to be alright.
I think generally I wouldn't plan on falling into a vat of toxic waste. I think usually the problem with that is more of the dying variety.
I think if anyone's gonna be dangled over horrible, life-threatening liquids, it'd probably be me.
I mean, no, I think if anyone's most likely for that specific scenario, it would probably honestly be Sammy or me in a close second.
You know what? I mean, that's fair.
I mean, I've been dangled
which is
over a vat of
unfortunate.
toxic waste.
All right, then the professor.
Dang!
I win.
Dang it!
Well, you do have 700 years of experience to accrue.
That's not fair. Juby's the oldest of us, and he's like 25.
You snooze, you lose.
Right? What? Oh, if only we were born 700 years ago, Cam.
If only.
I think if we were born we both believe in reincarnation. There's a non-zero chance that actually is true.
But that's not the same, though. It's not the same.
And we can probably leave on them having this stupid argument.
Actually, Leo, after whining for a bit, is like, anyway, I took that journal out of the library, and I assume you probably want it back in there.
Ideally.
I'm nervous about walking around by myself now, because I saw a hallway get unhallwayed.
I can go with you.
Yes, let's go. And I think the ellipsis behaves herself, except every once in a while there is a door slamming behind them.
Every time it happens, Leo goes into that, like, Western dual stance.
Consider one time he does like the Scooby and Shaggy stance with Camille. Scooby, like, just grabs him.
Well, I mean, to be honest, they literally have a dog with that.
Yes. Oh gosh. Oh, that's very good.
Leo, teary-eyed. I don't know what's going on.
I think what's going on is that she likes to mess with you.
Nice.
Yeah, that's probably a good place to leave it.
Yeah.
Professor is now probably going to be bothered often by a history nerd.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Who cries a lot.
Gosh, I can just imagine Leo knocking on the ellipsis every time because he doesn't want to go in alone.
Aww.
Maybe.
But yeah, that's where we'll leave you all in this 4-hour FPS. Because it's sure to go places.
Yep.
Good shit. Damn, we sure did cover a lot.
We did.
We covered so many bases.
A lot more than I expected to.
Gave our characters the exact wrong answer.
But yeah, that's all for now. Thank you all for listening. Thank you, Oatmeal and Marzi, both for playing with me.
Absolutely.
Yay.
Thank you.
Bye!
Bye.
Bye.